My son built a grief counseling empire on my dead daughter's memory. I'm ending it at his TED Talk. I'm a 48-year-old mother, and 6 weeks ago I discovered my son, Ethan, 26-year-old male, has been running a successful grief counseling nonprofit for the past 5 years, speaking at conferences, writing a best-selling book, hosting workshops nationwide, entirely based on my materials about processing our family's grief after his sister Maya died at 17 in a car accident 9 years ago. He's been telling people I'm too emotionally unstable from unresolved grief to participate in grief work, while presenting my coping frameworks, my support group materials, and my personal journals about losing Maya as his own therapeutic innovations. I only found out because a grief counselor who attended Ethan's workshop recognized exact exercises I'd created and shared at a local support group years ago, now being taught as Ethan's methodology. When I looked at his foundation's website, I saw my frameworks for continuing bonds with deceased loved ones, my journaling prompts for bereaved parents, even phrases from my private grief journals, all presented as Ethan's insights from his journey processing his sister's death. He's built a career on my grief, stolen my processing of losing my daughter, and told people I'm too broken to help others when helping others saved me from that brokenness. My daughter Maya died when she was 17, hit by a drunk driver while walking home from a friend's house. Ethan was 17 too. They were fraternal twins. The grief nearly destroyed our family. My husband and I divorced 2 years after Maya's death, both of us processing differently, unable to bridge the gap grief created. I survived by transforming my pain into purpose. I started a local support group for bereaved parents, created journaling frameworks that helped me process impossible loss, developed exercises for continuing bonds, ways to maintain connection with Maya's memory while accepting she was gone. I planted a memorial garden in our community, established a small scholarship in Maya's name at her high school, wrote extensively in journals about grief's landscape. These weren't professional therapeutic materials. They were my survival toolkit, shared freely with other grieving parents who needed the same lifelines I desperately grasped. Ethan seemed to be processing differently. He went to therapy, went to college, seemed to be moving forward. I was proud he was building a life despite the tragedy. 5 years ago, Ethan asked if he could help organize my grief work materials to preserve what I'd created. He said my journaling prompts and support group exercises had helped him, and he wanted to create a proper archive. I gave him access to everything: my journals, my support group materials, my frameworks, my personal writings about Maya. I trusted him completely. He was Maya's twin, my son, the only person who shared my specific loss. I didn't know Ethan was using my materials to launch a career as a grief expert, claiming my work as his own insights. 6 weeks ago, I attended a grief counseling conference where someone mentioned Ethan Torres's amazing workshop on continuing bonds. I was confused. That was my framework, terminology I'd coined. I looked up Ethan's work. He had a foundation, the Maya Foundation, supporting families through loss. He'd written a best-selling book, Continuing Bonds, A Brother's Journey Through Grief and Hope. He was speaking nationally, teaching workshops, presenting at conferences. Everything was my work. My frameworks, my exercises, my journaling prompts, even specific phrases from my private journals about Maya, now published in Ethan's book as his own reflections. His author bio said, Ethan Torres lost his twin sister Maya at 17 and has dedicated his life to helping others navigate grief. His mother, devastated by loss, was unable to engage in grief work, inspiring Ethan to develop therapeutic frameworks that have helped thousands. Unable to engage in grief work? I'd created the grief work he was selling. I'd turned my devastation into materials that helped others. And Ethan had stolen it all, claimed my processing of losing my daughter as his own journey, and told the world I was too broken to help anyone. I called Ethan. I said, "I just saw your foundation. You're using my grief materials and claiming you developed them." Ethan said quietly, "Mom, when you shared those materials with me, I thought—" I interrupted. "You thought you'd steal my processing of your sister's death and build a career on my grief?" He said, "I've helped thousands of people. Does it matter whose materials they came from originally?" I said, "It matters that you claimed my grief work as yours while telling people I was too unstable to help others. You stole how I survived losing Maya." Ethan said coldly, "If you try to expose this, you'll destroy everything I've built. And people will believe me, a son who turned tragedy into purpose, over you, a grieving mother who can't let go." I spent 6 weeks gathering evidence. My original journals, dated before Maya's death and after, my support group materials from years ago, testimony from group members who'd learned my frameworks, early drafts showing my work predated Ethan's book. I learned Ethan was giving a TED Talk next week, how continuing bonds transformed my grief journey. I contacted TED with my evidence. They verified everything and agreed to let me speak after Ethan's talk. The TED venue filled with 1,200 people. Ethan took the stage and gave his talk, describing his continuing bonds framework, sharing his insights about processing loss, even quoting from my private journals as if the words were his own thoughts about Maya. The audience was moved, many crying. Ethan's talk was powerful. Of course it was. It was built on my raw, honest grief, transformed into healing frameworks. When Ethan finished, the host said, "We have an unexpected speaker, Ethan's mother, who created the work he just presented." I walked on stage. Ethan's face went white. I said simply, "I'm Claire Torres. Maya was my daughter. After she died, I created those frameworks to survive my grief. I wrote those journal entries Ethan quoted. I developed continuing bonds methodology through years in support groups helping other bereaved parents. Ethan took my work and claimed it as his own, while telling people I was too emotionally unstable to help others." Screens showed my evidence, dated journals from before Ethan's book, support group materials from years before his foundation, testimony from parents who'd learned my frameworks, drafts proving the work was mine. The audience watched in silence as the truth emerged. Ethan had built his career on his mother's grief work, stolen her processing of losing her daughter, and lied about her mental state to justify taking credit. I said, "Ethan told you I was unable to engage in grief work. The truth is, grief work saved my life after losing Maya. I transformed unbearable pain into frameworks that helped me and others survive." Ethan took that survival toolkit and sold it as his own journey. The grief counseling community's response was immediate. Ethan's foundation dissolved, his book was pulled, his speaking engagements canceled. The bereaved family's community was horrified. He'd exploited his sister's death and his mother's grief for career advancement. My relationship with Ethan is over. He stole my processing of losing his sister, the most sacred, painful work of my life, and claimed it as his own while portraying me as too broken to help anyone. I'm 48 years old. I lost my daughter 9 years ago. I survived by creating frameworks that transformed my grief into something that could help others carry their own unbearable losses. Ethan wanted recognition as a grief expert without doing his own emotional work. Now, everyone knows. Claire Torres created continuing bonds methodology through surviving the death of her daughter, and Ethan Torres is the son who stole his mother's grief work. The TED Talk he'd planned as his crowning achievement became the venue for exposing his betrayal. My grief work is being properly credited. Other bereaved parents now know the frameworks came from a mother's survival, not a brother's career ambitions. Ethan thought my grief made me easy to exploit. He learned that grief made me strong enough to reclaim my voice. I survived losing my daughter. I survived my grief. And I survived my son's betrayal. Maya's memory deserved better than being used for someone's career. My grief deserved better than being stolen. Now both are honored, truthfully. Not through a stolen TED Talk, but through the authentic work of a mother who transformed unbearable loss into frameworks that genuinely help others survive their own. Ethan built his foundation on my grief. I built mine on truth. Only one is still standing. My son built deaf-blind education schools on my teaching methods. I'm exposing him at the Helen Keller Institute Symposium. I'm a 52-year-old mother, and 20 weeks ago I discovered my son, Jude, 33-year-old male, has been running a network of 6 specialized schools for deaf-blind students for the past 10 years, receiving millions in special education grants and international recognition for his revolutionary tactile communication and spatial orientation methods. Except every teaching technique, every communication protocol, and every sensory learning framework he's credited with developing came directly from my 28 years pioneering education for deaf-blind children, creating methods that allowed students who couldn't see or hear to learn, communicate, and navigate the world independently. He's been telling special education departments and grant committees that I developed combined vision and hearing loss myself over the past 5 years, experiencing the sensory disabilities I'd spent my career addressing, making me unable to teach effectively. While using my tactile sign language instruction sequences, my spatial mapping techniques for orientation and mobility, and my sensory substitution learning protocols that I spent nearly 3 decades developing through direct teaching of over 200 deaf-blind students. I only found out because a teacher of the deaf I'd mentored 15 years ago saw Jude's keynote at an education conference and called me, concerned, saying, "He's demonstrating your exact hand-under-hand communication methods, but he said you've lost most of your vision and hearing and can't teach anymore. Are you managing okay with the disabilities?" I have perfect vision and hearing. When I investigated Jude's school network, I found my complete teaching curriculum repackaged as the Jude Chen Multisensory Method. My lesson plans copied exactly, and even my custom-designed tactile learning materials presented as his innovations. He's presenting tomorrow at the International Helen Keller Institute Symposium, and I've spent 20 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a teacher of deaf-blind students for 30 years. I started at 22 after reading about Helen Keller and Annie Sullivan, became fascinated with how someone who couldn't see or hear could still learn and communicate, got certified in deaf-blind education, and spent 3 decades developing teaching methods specifically for children with combined vision and hearing loss. Over 28 years, I created comprehensive protocols. Hand-under-hand tactile sign language instruction allowing students to feel signs through touch. Spatial mapping techniques, teaching orientation and mobility in environments they couldn't see or hear. Sensory substitution methods, using remaining senses to access information. Communication boards adapted for tactile use. Social-emotional learning, addressing isolation from being unable to see or hear peers. I'd taught over 200 deaf-blind students, children born with both disabilities, students who'd lost vision and hearing through illness or injury, kids with Usher syndrome losing hearing after losing vision. I'd watched students learn to communicate who'd been locked in silence and darkness, seen them navigate independently through spaces they couldn't perceive visually or auditorily, witnessed them form friendships and connections despite profound sensory isolation. My work was known in deaf-blind education circles. I'd trained teachers internationally, developed certification programs, presented at special education conferences. But I'd never built it into a school network. I worked for a specialized school district, taught students directly, trained new teachers. Deaf-blind education was about the students, not institutions. Jude grew up watching me work with deaf-blind students, helping me create tactile learning materials, seemed moved by the breakthroughs students achieved. 10 years ago, Jude, who'd studied educational administration, said he wanted to expand and professionalize deaf-blind education, create specialized schools making my methods accessible to more students. He asked for my teaching protocols, my communication techniques, my learning materials to build schools based on your proven methods. I gave him everything, my complete curriculum, my instructional sequences, my tactile material designs, my assessment tools. I trusted him to expand educational access for deaf-blind students. I didn't know Jude was presenting my 28 years of development as his 10-year innovation, while claiming I'd developed the very disabilities I taught students to overcome. 20 weeks ago, I got a call from Amanda Price, a teacher of the deaf I'd mentored in 2008. She said, "I attended a special education conference where Jude gave a keynote. He demonstrated your exact hand-under-hand tactile signing methods and your spatial mapping techniques. But he said you've developed significant vision and hearing loss over the past 5 years and can't teach students anymore because you're experiencing the same disabilities yourself. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were losing your senses. Are you doing okay?" I was stunned. I didn't have vision or hearing loss. I could see and hear perfectly. I was currently teaching 6 deaf-blind students and training 2 new teachers in my methods. My senses were completely intact. I researched Jude's school network. 6 specialized deaf-blind schools across 5 states, special education grants, international partnerships, media coverage calling Jude a pioneer in deaf-blind education and innovator in multisensory teaching methods. The innovative methods were my techniques I'd spent 28 years developing. His Jude Chen multisensory method? My protocols renamed. His tactile communication system? My hand-under-hand instruction from the 1990s. His spatial mapping orientation training? My mobility techniques from the early 2000s. I found his teacher training materials, page after page of my work. My instructional sequences, my communication protocols, my tactile learning material designs, my assessment methods, my lesson plans for different skill levels. He'd built a multi-million-dollar school network entirely on my teaching methods while telling the deaf-blind education community I'd lost my own vision and hearing. I called Jude. I said, "Amanda Price told me you're claiming I've developed vision and hearing loss and can't teach anymore. That's completely false. I have perfect vision and hearing. And your entire multisensory method is my teaching curriculum I've been developing for 28 years. Jude said smoothly, "Mom, I created educational infrastructure around teaching concepts. The school network success is my achievement." I said, "You're presenting my decades of work as your 10 years of innovation and lying about me having combined sensory disabilities." He said coldly, "I've built something significant that serves more deaf-blind students than your district program ever reached. If you challenge this, you'll damage schools providing critical specialized education. And I have 10 years of institutional credibility, international recognition, government contracts. You're a district teacher claiming work being done at established schools. Plus, I've positioned you as having progressive sensory loss. Any protest will seem like denial of disability, which professionals will attribute to psychological difficulty accepting sensory decline." I spent 20 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original teaching documentation from 1994 to 2015, with dated instructional notes and student progress records. I found published deaf-blind education journal articles presenting these techniques years before Jude's schools existed. I gathered testimony from teachers I'd trained and deaf-blind education specialists I'd collaborated with, confirming these were my methods developed through decades of teaching. I obtained comprehensive vision and hearing assessments from ophthalmologists and audiologists, proving I had perfect vision and hearing with no sensory impairment or decline. Most powerfully, I found Jude's original school charter applications from 10 years ago, stating he would implement Mother's proven deaf-blind teaching methods through specialized educational facilities. Documents acknowledging he was using my existing work. The Helen Keller Institute International Symposium was today. 800 deaf-blind educators, special education administrators, and disability advocates from 30 countries attended. Jude was presenting a workshop demonstrating his revolutionary teaching techniques for deaf-blind students. Jude took the stage with videos of his teaching methods, demonstrating his techniques. My hand-underhand tactile signing, my spatial mapping orientation training, my sensory substitution protocols. The audience of specialized educators took detailed notes on the innovative approaches. Then the symposium director interrupted. Before we continue, there's crucial information about these teaching methods' development. The educator who created this work is here. Ms. Chen, please come forward. I walked on stage. Jude's presentation confidence dissolved. I said simply, "I'm Helen Chen. I've been a teacher of deaf-blind students for 30 years. The teaching techniques Jude demonstrated as his innovations. I developed them over 28 years of direct instruction with deaf-blind students. Every protocol, every communication method, every learning technique he presented came from my work that I shared with him to help launch his schools. Screens showed my evidence. My 1994-2015 teaching documentation with dated student progress records, published deaf-blind education articles from 2000 to 2012 presenting these exact techniques. Comprehensive vision and hearing assessments proving I had perfect sensory function with no impairment. Detailed ophthalmology reports showing 20/20 vision. Audiometry results showing normal hearing across all frequencies. Video of me teaching deaf-blind students last week using complex tactile communication, demonstrating I could see students' hand movements perfectly and hear environmental sounds clearly, with no sensory limitations. School charter applications where Jude explicitly stated he would implement Mother's proven teaching methods. Several deaf-blind educators stood. I learned these tactile communication methods from Helen Chen in 2006. When Jude's schools appeared using these techniques, I assumed he had permission. I didn't realize he was claiming he'd developed them himself. A special education grant administrator spoke. We've awarded Jude's school network $4.5 million specifically for developing innovative deaf-blind teaching methods. If these are Helen Chen's established techniques, the grants were obtained fraudulently. The symposium director announced, Jude Chen's workshop is terminated. His schools face investigation for misrepresenting educational work origins and grant fraud. Special education departments froze his funding. Teaching certification boards launched investigations. His schools face potential closure. My relationship with Jude is destroyed. He stole my teaching methods and fabricated sensory disabilities to silence me. I'm 52 years old. I spent 28 years developing education methods that give deaf-blind students access to learning, communication, and independence. Jude wanted recognition without doing the teaching work, without years of learning to reach students who can't see or hear, without developing techniques through actual classroom practice. Now everyone knows. Helen Chen created these methods through decades of deaf-blind education, and Jude Chen stole them while lying about his mother's sensory health. The symposium where he'd planned his triumph became his exposure. My teaching work is properly credited, my sensory capabilities confirmed, my teaching continues. I still help deaf-blind students learn to communicate and navigate their world. Jude's stolen school network? Investigated and collapsing. The students I've taught found ways to connect despite being unable to see or hear. The truth found its way through despite his attempts to obscure it. I taught students to perceive the world through remaining senses. The investigation perceived his fraud through remaining evidence. Both succeeded. Only one was honest. I can see clearly. I can hear perfectly. And now everyone can see and hear the truth about what Jude did. The deaf-blind students I've served learned to communicate through touch. The truth communicated through documentation. Both spoke clearly. Some things don't need vision or hearing to perceive, like truth, like fraud, like justice. All three found Jude regardless of what senses he claimed I'd lost. I taught students that losing some senses doesn't mean losing connection to the world. Jude learned that stealing someone's work doesn't mean keeping it forever. The students understand that now. So does he. My vision and hearing remain perfect. His future? That's what's impaired now. My daughter's best-selling memoir portrayed me as abusive. I'm exposing her at her book reading. I'm a 52-year-old mother, and 10 weeks ago I discovered my daughter Sloane, 29-year-old female, has written a best-selling memoir called Broken Home: Surviving a Childhood of Neglect and Emotional Abuse, spending 18 months on the New York Times bestseller list, optioned for a limited series, making Sloane a sought-after speaker on childhood trauma. Except the abuse she describes never happened. I only found out because my sister sent me the book saying, "I had no idea your marriage was this bad or that you treated Sloane this way." And when I read it, I found a fictional childhood bearing no resemblance to Sloane's actual upbringing. The book describes an alcoholic mother. I've never had more than wine at dinner. Violent arguments with my husband. We divorced amicably when Sloane was 12 after growing apart. Forced isolation from friends. Sloane had active social life and sleepovers constantly. And emotional manipulation tactics. I supported every interest she pursued. The memoir is marketed as painfully honest and courageously revealing, but it's fiction presented as fact. And it's destroyed my reputation, cost me friendships, and made me a symbol of parental failure in trauma recovery communities. Sloane has given 50 media interviews describing surviving her childhood. And I've spent 10 weeks gathering evidence proving her best-selling trauma narrative is fabricated. I raised Sloane as a single mother after divorcing her father when she was 12. It was an amicable divorce. We'd married young, grew apart, remained friendly co-parents. Sloane split time between our homes, had stability, love, and support from both parents. I worked as a middle school teacher, involved in Sloane's school activities, attended every play and concert, supported her creative interests. Sloane was into theater, writing, had close friends, seemed happy. We had normal parent-teen conflicts, curfews, phone limits, grades, but nothing traumatic or abusive. Sloane went to college for creative writing, moved to New York after graduation, worked in publishing. She'd occasionally mention writing a memoir, but I assumed it would be about her publishing career or New York life. 3 years ago, she published Broken Home with a major publisher. The cover showed a child's silhouette in a darkened doorway. The marketing emphasized raw honesty about surviving childhood trauma and a daughter's brave truth about her mother's addiction and abuse. I didn't read it immediately. Sloane had become distant, claimed she needed space for healing. I respected that, assuming she was processing our divorce even years later. Then my sister called, devastated, asking why I'd never told her about my drinking problem or what Sloane went through. She'd read the memoir and was horrified by descriptions of my supposed alcoholism, neglect, and emotional abuse. I bought the book immediately. Reading it felt surreal, like reading fiction about a stranger, except the characters had our names. The memoir described a mother who drank heavily, had violent arguments with her husband before he escaped the marriage, isolated Sloane from friends to maintain control, used emotional manipulation to make Sloane doubt her own perceptions, created an environment of unpredictability and fear. None of it happened. Not the drinking, I rarely drank. Not the violent arguments, our divorce was peaceful. Not the isolation, Sloane had an active social life I encouraged. Not the manipulation, I supported her consistently. But the book was vivid, detailed, emotionally compelling. Sloane had used real settings, our actual house, her actual school, and woven complete fabrications into authentic backgrounds, making the lies feel real. The book had been reviewed as unflinchingly honest and a necessary voice in conversations about hidden family dysfunction. Sloan had done 50 interviews discussing her childhood survival, given talks at universities about recovering from parental abuse, become a spokesperson for adult children of alcoholics. My reputation was destroyed. Friends who'd known me for decades read the book and distanced themselves, believing I'd hidden alcoholism and abuse. Parents from Sloan's school years reached out with concern, apologizing for not recognizing the signs. My own family members questioned me, asking why I'd never gotten help. I called Sloan. I said, "I read your memoir. None of that happened. Why would you write that I was an abusive alcoholic?" Sloan said calmly, "It's my truth, my experience of our relationship. You may not remember it that way, but that's how I experienced childhood." I said, "You described things that didn't happen. I don't have a drinking problem. We didn't have violent fights. I never isolated you." She said, "That's your perception. My memoir is my emotional truth, and publishers, readers, and critics have validated that truth. If you try to challenge it, you'll look like an abusive parent in denial. That's literally the pattern the book describes." She'd built the perfect defense. Any denial I made would be framed as exactly what an abusive, manipulative parent would say. I spent 10 weeks gathering evidence. I collected photographs from Sloan's childhood, showing her happy, healthy, surrounded by friends at birthday parties and school events. I found report cards with teacher comments about her positive home life and my involvement. I contacted Sloan's childhood friends, now adults, who confirmed she'd had a normal, supported childhood with an involved mother. I obtained our divorce records showing the amicable split, my ex-husband's custody agreement with no concerns about my parenting, and court documents with zero mention of alcohol or abuse issues. I gathered testimony from my family, neighbors, Sloan's teachers, her friends' parents, people who'd known our family and could confirm the memoir's claims were false. Most importantly, I found Sloan's personal journals from ages 13 to 17, left in storage at my house. They described a normal teenage life, frustration with rules, excitement about school plays, crushes, friend drama, occasional sadness about the divorce, but recognition that both parents loved her. Not a single entry mentioned abuse, alcoholism, fear, or trauma. I learned Sloan had a book reading tonight at a major bookstore in Manhattan, the kickoff for her paperback release tour. 500 people had RSVP'd. Media would attend. Sloan would read from her memoir and discuss her healing journey. I contacted the bookstore with my evidence. They verified the documentation and agreed to let me speak after Sloan's reading. The bookstore was packed with 500-plus people, trauma survivors who'd found connection in Sloan's story, book club members, media covering the paperback release. Sloan read from Chapter 7, describing a night when I supposedly came home drunk, screamed at her, threw dishes, told her she'd ruined my life. None of it happened. That night, I verified from calendars and photos, we'd had pizza and watched a movie together. The audience was moved. Many were crying. Sloan's fictional trauma resonated because she'd written it compellingly. When Sloan finished reading, the moderator said, "We have an unexpected speaker, Sloan's mother." I walked on stage. Sloan's expression shifted from confidence to panic. I said simply, "I'm Linda Walsh. I'm the mother Sloan described as an alcoholic who abused her. I'm here to tell you that the abuse she described never happened. I never had a drinking problem. We never had violent fights. I never isolated her from friends. Sloan had a normal, supported childhood, but she wrote a fictional trauma narrative and marketed it as truth." Screens showed my evidence. Photographs of Sloan's happy childhood, testimony from her friends confirming normal family life, divorce records with no mention of abuse or addiction, her own teenage journals describing average teenage experiences with a supportive mother. The audience watched in shock as the truth emerged. Sloane had fabricated her childhood trauma for a marketable memoir. I said, Sloane wrote compelling fiction about childhood abuse and presented it as memoir. She became a best-selling author and trauma spokesperson by lying about me. Real trauma survivors deserve authentic voices, not manufactured stories that exploit their experiences for book sales. The publishing world's response was immediate. Her publisher launched an investigation. Media outlets ran stories about fabricated memoir scandal. Trauma advocacy groups withdrew their endorsements. Sloane's book deal for a second memoir was canceled. The TV adaptation was scrapped. Bookstores pulled Broken Home from shelves, reclassifying it as fiction. My reputation is being restored. People who'd believed the memoir are apologizing for believing lies without questioning them. My relationship with Sloane is destroyed. She chose book sales and public sympathy over truth and over me. I'm 52 years old. I raised my daughter with love and support. She repaid me by writing a best-selling memoir portraying me as an abusive alcoholic. Now everyone knows. Linda Walsh was a good mother, and Sloane Walsh is the daughter who fabricated childhood trauma for literary success. The book reading she'd planned for her paperback launch became the venue for exposing her lies. My name is cleared. Her book is reclassified as fiction, which is what it always was. Sloane wanted to be a best-selling memoirist. She achieved it through lies. Now she's famous for different reasons, as the author who fabricated abuse and betrayed her mother for a book deal. Real trauma survivors deserve better than manufactured stories. I deserve better than being portrayed as an abuser to advance my daughter's career. The memoir is over. The truth remains. My son built autism therapy centers on my music program. I'm exposing him at the Autism Advocacy Summit. I'm a 53-year-old mother, and 16 weeks ago I discovered my son Levi, 31-year-old male, has been running a chain of 5 music therapy centers for autistic children over the past 8 years, receiving millions in grants and national recognition for his breakthrough therapeutic approach. Except every technique, every protocol, and every musical intervention he's credited with developing came directly from my 25 years creating specialized music therapy programs for children on the spectrum. He's been telling autism organizations and grant funders that I lost my board certification due to outdated clinical practices and inability to adapt to modern therapy standards. While using my exact intervention sequences, my proprietary instrument adaptation methods, and my sensory integration music protocols that I spent 2 decades developing through hands-on work with over 300 autistic children. I only discovered this when a mother whose son I'd worked with 15 years ago contacted me, confused because Levi's center was teaching her daughter using techniques identical to what you did with my son. But Levi claims he developed them, and you're no longer qualified to practice. When I investigated Levi's therapy centers, I found my complete curriculum repackaged as the Levi Morrison method. My session structures copied exactly, and even my custom-modified instruments presented as his innovations. Tomorrow he's keynoting the National Autism Advocacy Summit, and I've spent 16 weeks proving every technique he'll demonstrate is mine. I've been a board-certified music therapist specializing in autism for 27 years. I started in my mid-20s after volunteering with special needs children, became fascinated with how music could reach kids who struggled with traditional communication, and dedicated my career to developing music-based interventions specifically for autistic children. Over 25 years, I created comprehensive music therapy protocols addressing communication challenges, sensory processing differences, emotional regulation difficulties, and social interaction barriers. I developed specific techniques, rhythm-based communication systems for nonverbal children, instrument modifications for different sensory needs, musical social stories for teaching life skills, improvisation structures that built interaction without forcing eye contact. I'd worked with over 300 autistic children, some becoming verbal for the first time through music, some finding emotional regulation through rhythm, some connecting socially through group music making when other interventions had failed. My work was shared through professional circles. I'd trained other music therapists, presented at conferences, published in therapy journals. But I'd never commercialized it into a business model. I worked at a clinic, saw clients privately, taught workshops. Music therapy was my calling, not a profit center. Levi grew up watching me work. He'd seen the breakthroughs, the moments when music reached children other therapies couldn't access. He'd seemed moved by the work, proud of what I did. 8 years ago, Levi, who'd studied business, said he wanted to scale and systematize my approach, create therapy centers making my techniques accessible to more families. He asked for my protocols, my curriculum, my intervention designs, to build a professional program based on your work. I gave him everything. My complete curriculum, my session plans, my instrument modification specifications, my assessment tools. I trusted him to expand access to effective therapy. I didn't know Levi was presenting 25 years of my work as his 8-year innovation, while telling people I'd lost certification and couldn't practice anymore. 16 weeks ago, I got a call from Jennifer Oakes, a mother whose son I'd worked with 15 years ago. She said, "My daughter was just diagnosed with autism and I enrolled her in Levi's Center because I remembered how much you helped my son. But I'm confused. The techniques they're using are identical to what you did, but Levi says he developed them and you're no longer certified to practice. Did you lose your license? Can you not do music therapy anymore?" I was shocked. I hadn't lost certification. I maintained my credentials, attended continuing education, still worked with clients. I was fully qualified and actively practicing. I researched Levi's therapy centers, 5 locations across 3 states, major autism grants, media coverage describing Levi as an innovative music therapist pioneering breakthrough approaches for autistic children. The breakthrough approaches were my 25-year-old protocols. His Levi Morrison method? My curriculum, renamed. His proprietary instruments? My modifications I'd designed years ago. His revolutionary communication techniques? My rhythm-based systems I'd developed in the 1990s. I found his training materials online, used for therapists he employed. Page after page was my work, my session structures, my assessment protocols, my intervention sequences, my safety guidelines, even my specific language for explaining techniques to parents. He'd built a multi-million-dollar therapy chain entirely on my stolen curriculum, while telling the autism community I was no longer qualified to practice. I called Levi. I said, "Jennifer Oakes told me you're using my techniques but claiming I lost certification. I'm fully certified and actively practicing, and your entire Levi Morrison method is my curriculum." Levi said calmly, "Mom, I built a successful business model around therapeutic approaches. The business success is mine, regardless of where the initial techniques came from." I said, "You're presenting my 25 years of work as your 8-year innovation and telling people I'm not qualified to practice anymore," he said coldly. "I've created something bigger than your small practice ever was. I've helped thousands of families access music therapy. If you challenge this publicly, you'll destroy centers that help autistic children. And professionally, I have 8 years of institutional credibility. You're a solo practitioner claiming work being done at established centers. Plus, I've positioned you as outdated and uncertified. Any protest just reinforces that narrative." I spent 16 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original curriculum documentation from the 1990s, 2000s with development notes and dates. I found my published articles presenting these techniques in therapy journals years before Levi's centers existed. I gathered testimony from therapists I'd trained, confirming they'd learned these methods from me decades ago. I obtained my current board certification, my recent continuing education records, and letters from current clients. Proof I was fully qualified and actively practicing. Most importantly, I found Levi's original business plan from 8 years ago, proposing to implement Mother's proven music therapy curriculum at scale. a document explicitly stating he was using my existing work, not developing new techniques. The National Autism Advocacy Summit was today. 1,000 autism professionals, parents, advocates, and therapists attended. Levi was the keynote speaker, demonstrating his revolutionary music therapy techniques. Levi took the stage with modified instruments and demonstrated his methods. My rhythm communication system, my sensory-adapted instruments, my improvisation structures. The audience was impressed by the innovation. Then the summit director interrupted. Before Q&A, there's important information about these techniques' origins. The therapist who actually developed this work is here. Dr. Morrison, please come forward. I walked on stage. Levi's confident expression shattered. I said simply, "I'm Dr. Sarah Morrison. I'm a board-certified music therapist with 27 years' experience. The techniques Levi just demonstrated as his innovations, I developed them over 25 years of clinical work with autistic children. Every protocol, every modification, every intervention sequence he presented came from my curriculum that I shared with him to help launch his centers." Screens showed my evidence, my 1990s curriculum with dated development notes, published articles from 2003 to 2015 presenting these exact techniques. My custom instrument designs from 20 years ago, now marketed as Levi's Innovations. The business plan where Levi explicitly proposed using Mother's established curriculum. My current board certification and client letters, proving I hadn't lost credentials or stopped practicing. Several music therapists in the audience stood. I learned these techniques from Dr. Morrison in a 2008 training. When Levi's centers appeared claiming these as his methods, I assumed he'd gotten permission to adapt her work. I didn't realize he was claiming he'd developed them. A grant administrator spoke. "We've awarded Levi's centers $2 million specifically for developing innovative autism music therapy. If these techniques are Dr. Morrison's established work, the grants were obtained under false pretenses." The summit director announced, "Levi Morrison's keynote is terminated. His centers face investigation for misrepresenting therapy origins and grant fraud." Autism organizations froze Levi's funding. Therapy boards launched ethics reviews. His centers face closure. My relationship with Levi is destroyed. He stole my life's work and lied about my qualifications. I'm 53 years old. I spent 25 years developing music therapy that helps autistic children communicate and connect. Levi wanted recognition without doing the clinical work. He took my decades of development and claimed 8 years of innovation. Now everyone knows, Dr. Sarah Morrison created these methods and Levi Morrison stole them. The summit where he'd planned his triumph became his exposure. My work is credited properly. My certification confirmed, my legacy reclaimed. I still help autistic children find their voices through music. Levi's stolen version? Silenced. The children I've worked with found connection through my music. The truth found its voice through evidence. Both sing clearly now. Only one is authentic. My son built prison education centers on my literacy programs. I'm exposing him at the Criminal Justice Reform Summit. I'm a 54-year-old father, and 13 weeks ago, I discovered my son Marcus, 32-year-old male, has been running a nationally recognized prison education nonprofit for the past 10 years, receiving government contracts and criminal justice grants for his groundbreaking literacy and rehabilitation programs. Except every curriculum, every teaching method, and every rehabilitation framework he's credited with creating came directly from my 26 years developing education programs for incarcerated adults in state prisons. He's been telling corrections departments and grant funders that I became too politically radical and anti-law enforcement after being assaulted by an inmate, making me unsuitable for prison work and hostile toward rehabilitation partnerships with corrections officials, while using my phonics methods for adult learners, my trauma-informed classroom management techniques, and my post-release transition curriculum that I spent over 2 decades developing through teaching thousands of incarcerated students. I only found out because a corrections officer I'd worked with for 15 years saw Marcus give a TED Talk and called me, shocked, saying, "He's teaching your exact methods but claiming you can't work in prisons anymore because you became anti-police and too unstable after being attacked." I was never assaulted by an inmate. I've never had a violent incident in 26 years. When I investigated Marcus's education centers, I found my complete teaching curriculum repackaged as the Marcus Freeman Reentry Method. My lesson plans copied word for word, and even my reading assessment tools presented as his innovations. He's keynoting tomorrow's National Criminal Justice Reform Summit, and I've spent 13 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been teaching literacy and education programs in state prisons for 28 years. I started at 26 as a volunteer tutor, became passionate about helping incarcerated adults gain education they'd been denied, and spent nearly 3 decades developing comprehensive programs addressing the unique challenges of teaching adults in correctional settings. Over 26 years, I created specialized curricula, phonics and reading fundamentals for adults who'd never learned to read, trauma-informed teaching methods recognizing how childhood trauma affects learning, classroom management for correctional environments, post-release transition planning, helping students continue education after incarceration. I'd taught over 1,500 incarcerated students. I'd watched men who'd never read finally understand written words, seen GED completions transform self-perception, witnessed education give people tools for different futures beyond prison. My work was known in corrections education circles. I'd trained other prison educators, presented at criminal justice conferences, developed teaching certifications, but I'd never commercialized it. I worked directly for the Department of Corrections, taught classes in prison, trained staff. Education was public service, not profit. Marcus grew up hearing about my work, occasionally visited the prison education department, seemed respectful of what I did. 10 years ago, Marcus, who'd studied nonprofit management, said he wanted to scale and modernize prison education, create centers providing post-release programs that continued the work I did inside. He asked for my curriculum, my methods, my materials to build professional programs based on your proven approach. I gave him everything. My complete teaching curriculum, my assessment tools, my transition planning frameworks. I trusted him to expand educational access. I didn't know Marcus was presenting my 26 years of development as his 10-year innovation, while claiming I'd become too radical to work in corrections. 13 weeks ago, Officer James Wilson, who'd worked security in my prison classroom for 15 years, called me. He said, "I just watched Marcus's TED Talk about prison education. He's using your exact teaching methods but claiming he developed them. And he said you can't work in prisons anymore because you were assaulted by an inmate and became anti-law enforcement and unstable. That never happened. You've never been attacked. What's going on?" I was stunned. I'd never been assaulted. I'd never become anti-law enforcement. I worked collaboratively with corrections staff for decades. I was still teaching prison classes currently. I researched Marcus's nonprofit. 5 prison education centers operating post-release programs. Government contracts worth millions. Media coverage calling Marcus a visionary in criminal justice reform and prisoner education. The visionary methods were my 26-year-old curriculum. His Marcus Freeman Reentry Method? My programs renamed. His innovative literacy approach? My phonics methods for adult learners from the early 2000s. His trauma-informed teaching, my classroom management techniques from years of correctional work. I found his teaching manuals online, staff training materials showing page after page of my curriculum. My lesson plans, my assessment protocols, my transition frameworks, my behavioral management strategies for correctional settings. He'd built a multi-million-dollar education organization entirely on my work, while spreading lies that I'd been assaulted and become too hostile toward law enforcement to work professionally. I called Marcus. I said, "Officer Wilson told me you're claiming I was assaulted by an inmate and became anti-police. That never happened. I'm still teaching in prison, and your entire Marcus Freeman method is my curriculum I've been developing for 26 years. Marcus said evenly, "Dad, I built a sustainable organizational model around educational concepts. The nonprofit success is my achievement." I said, "You're presenting my decades of work as your 10 years of innovation and lying about me being assaulted and becoming too radical to work in corrections." He said coldly, "I've created something impactful that serves more returning citizens than your prison classroom ever could. If you challenge this, you'll damage programs helping people re-enter society. And I have 10 years of institutional credibility, government contracts, national recognition. You're a prison teacher claiming work being done at established nonprofits. Plus, I've positioned you as unstable and anti-law enforcement after trauma. Any protest confirms that narrative." I spent 13 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original curriculum from 1998-2015 with development notes and dates. I found published corrections education journal articles presenting these techniques years before Marcus's nonprofit existed. I gathered testimony from corrections officers and administrators I'd worked with, confirming these were my methods and I'd never been assaulted. I obtained my current employment records and recent teaching evaluations, proving I was actively teaching in prison with excellent reviews. Most critically, I found Marcus's original grant proposals from 10 years ago, stating he would adapt and expand Father's proven prison education curriculum for re-entry settings. Documents acknowledging he was using my existing work. The National Criminal Justice Reform Summit was today. 1,000 corrections professionals, policymakers, educators, and reform advocates attended. Marcus was keynoting, demonstrating his revolutionary prison education techniques. Marcus took the stage and presented his methods: my adult literacy approach, my trauma-informed teaching, my transition planning frameworks. The audience was impressed by the innovation. Then the summit director interrupted. "Before Q&A, there's essential information about these methods' origins. The educator who created this work is here. Mr. Freeman, please come forward." I walked on stage. Marcus's keynote confidence shattered. I said simply, "I'm David Freeman. I've been a prison educator for 28 years. The techniques Marcus demonstrated as his innovations, I developed them over 26 years of teaching incarcerated adults in state prisons. Every curriculum component, every teaching method, every transition framework he presented came from my work that I shared with him to help launch his programs." Screens showed my evidence. My 1998-2015 curriculum documentation with dated development notes. Published corrections education articles from 2005-2012 presenting these exact techniques. My current employment records and recent teaching evaluations, proving I was actively working in prison, not barred due to instability. Testimony from corrections officers. I've worked with David Freeman for 15 years. He's never been assaulted by an inmate. He maintains excellent working relationships with law enforcement and corrections staff. Marcus's claims are completely false. Grant proposals where Marcus stated he was expanding Father's established curriculum. Several prison educators stood. I learned these methods from David Freeman in a 2007 training. When Marcus's programs appeared using these techniques, I assumed he had permission. I didn't realize he was claiming he'd developed them. A Department of Corrections official spoke. "We've contracted with Marcus's nonprofit for $3 million based on his claimed development of innovative education methods. If these are David Freeman's established curriculum, the contracts were obtained fraudulently." The summit director announced, "Marcus Freeman's keynote is terminated. His nonprofit faces investigation for misrepresenting program origins and contract fraud." Government agencies froze his contracts. Criminal justice organizations launched investigations. His nonprofit faces shutdown. My relationship with Marcus is destroyed. He stole my life's work and fabricated assault to discredit me. I'm 54 years old. I spent 26 years developing education that helps incarcerated people build different futures. Marcus wanted recognition without doing the hard work inside prison walls. He took my decades of teaching and claimed 10 years of innovation. Now everyone knows. David Freeman created these methods, and Marcus Freeman stole them while lying about his father's fictional assault. The summit where he'd planned his triumph became his exposure. My work is properly credited, my reputation cleared, my teaching continues. I still help incarcerated students learn to read and build futures. Marcus's stolen version? Investigated and collapsing. The students I've taught found freedom through literacy. The truth found freedom through evidence. Both are powerful. Only one is stolen. Now everyone knows which. My daughter built equine therapy centers on my horse programs. I'm exposing her at the Therapeutic Riding Conference. I'm a 47-year-old mother, and 11 weeks ago I discovered my daughter, Paige, 28-year-old female, has been running a chain of 4 equine therapy centers for the past 7 years, receiving major mental health grants and media recognition for her innovative therapeutic horseback riding programs for trauma survivors. Except every exercise, every safety protocol, and every therapeutic intervention she's credited with developing came directly from my 19 years creating and refining equine-assisted therapy specifically for PTSD patients and trauma survivors. She's been telling mental health organizations and grant committees that I suffered a severe horse-related injury 3 years ago that left me unable to work safely with horses and caused lasting cognitive impairment. While using my exact groundwork exercises for building trust, my specific riding sequences for emotional regulation, and my trauma-informed stable management protocols that I developed through nearly 2 decades of hands-on work with hundreds of trauma survivors. I only found out because a therapist who'd interned with me 12 years ago saw Paige's promotional video and called me, confused because the techniques Paige demonstrates are identical to what you taught me, but she claims she developed them and you can't work with horses anymore due to injury. When I investigated Paige's therapy centers, I found my complete program manual repackaged as the Paige Anderson Equine Therapy Model, my session plans copied verbatim, and even my hand-selected therapy horses presented as her careful curation. She's presenting tomorrow at the National Therapeutic Riding Conference, and I've spent 11 weeks proving every technique she'll demonstrate is mine. I've been developing equine-assisted therapy for PTSD and trauma for 21 years. I started after my own recovery from assault trauma, finding that working with horses helped me process emotions I couldn't verbalize. I became a certified therapeutic riding instructor, specialized in trauma work, and spent 2 decades creating programs specifically for trauma survivors. Over 19 years, I developed comprehensive protocols, groundwork exercises teaching trauma survivors to read horse body language and build trust, specific riding sequences addressing hypervigilance and emotional dysregulation, stable management activities providing structure and purpose, carefully selected therapy horses with temperaments suited for trauma work. I'd worked with over 400 trauma survivors, veterans with combat PTSD, assault survivors, accident victims, people with complex trauma. I'd watched horses reach people when traditional therapy couldn't, seen riders find emotional regulation through connecting with animals, witnessed trauma survivors rediscover trust through relationships with horses. My work was shared in therapeutic riding circles. I'd trained instructors, presented at conferences, developed certification workshops. But I'd never commercialized it beyond my small nonprofit program. Equine therapy was healing work, not business. Paige grew up around the horses and therapy program. She'd seen the transformations, watched trauma survivors find healing through equine connection. She'd seemed supportive of the work. 7 years ago, Paige, who'd studied nonprofit management, said she wanted to expand and professionalize my approach, create therapy centers making equine therapy accessible to more trauma survivors. She asked for my program manual, my protocols, my horse selection criteria, to build certified centers based on your model. I gave her everything: my complete curriculum, my safety protocols, my therapeutic exercise sequences, my horse training guidelines. I trusted her to expand access to healing. I didn't know Paige was presenting my 19 years of development as her 7-year innovation, while telling people I'd been injured and couldn't work anymore. 11 weeks ago, I got a call from Rachel Torres, a therapist who'd interned with me in 2012. She said, "I saw Paige's promotional video for her therapy centers. The techniques she's demonstrating are exactly what you taught me 12 years ago, but she claims she developed them. And the video description says you suffered a horse injury and can't work anymore. Were you hurt? Are you unable to ride?" I was confused. I hadn't been injured. I still rode daily, still worked with therapy horses, still ran my program. I was completely capable. I researched Paige's therapy centers. 4 locations across 2 states, grants from mental health foundations, media features calling Paige a pioneer in equine-assisted therapy for trauma. The pioneering techniques were my protocols I'd spent 19 years developing. Her Paige Anderson model, my program renamed. Her specially selected therapy horses, my selection criteria and training methods. Her innovative groundwork exercises, my trust-building sequences from the early 2000s. I found her training materials for staff therapists, page after page of my work, my session structures, my safety protocols, my therapeutic progression sequences, my documentation systems, even my specific language for explaining exercises to clients. She'd built a $1 million therapy organization entirely on my curriculum, while claiming I was too injured and impaired to continue the work. I called Paige. I said, "Rachel Torres told me you're claiming I had a horse injury and can't work anymore. I haven't been injured. I still ride and run my program. And your entire Paige Anderson model is my curriculum that I developed over 19 years. Paige said smoothly, "Mom, I created a professional business structure around therapeutic concepts. The business success is my achievement, regardless of technique origins." I said, "You're presenting my 2 decades of work as your 7 years of innovation and lying about me being injured and cognitively impaired." She said coldly, "I've built something significant that helps more trauma survivors than your small program ever reached. If you challenge this, you'll damage centers providing crucial mental health services. And I have 7 years of professional credibility, major grants, institutional partnerships. You're running a small nonprofit, claiming work being done at established centers. Plus, I've established that you're injured and impaired. Any protest reinforces you're not thinking clearly." She'd created a narrative where defending myself would seem to prove her claims. I spent 11 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original program development documentation from 2003-2015 with dated training notes. I found published articles I'd written presenting these techniques in therapeutic riding journals years before Paige's centers existed. I gathered testimony from instructors I'd trained and therapists who'd interned with me, confirming they'd learned these methods from me over a decade ago. I obtained medical records and recent riding competition results, proving I'd never suffered the injury Paige described and was actively riding at advanced levels. Most powerfully, I found Paige's original grant applications from 7 years ago, stating she would implement Mother's proven equine therapy model at professional scale. Documents explicitly acknowledging she was using my existing work, not creating new methods. The National Therapeutic Riding Conference was today. 800 equine therapists, mental health professionals, and program directors attended. Paige was presenting a workshop demonstrating her pioneering trauma-focused equine therapy techniques. Paige took the stage with video of her therapy sessions, demonstrating her methods. My groundwork trust exercises, my riding sequences for emotional regulation, my stable management protocols. The audience took notes on the innovative approaches. Then the conference director interrupted. Before we continue, there's crucial information about these techniques' development. The therapist who created this work would like to speak. Dr. Anderson, please come forward. I walked on stage. Paige's presentation confidence dissolved into panic. I said simply, "I'm Dr. Morgan Anderson. I've been an equine therapist specializing in trauma for 21 years. The techniques Paige just demonstrated as her innovations. I developed them over 19 years of program development and clinical work with trauma survivors. Every protocol, every exercise, every intervention she presented came from my curriculum that I shared with her to help launch her centers. Screens showed my evidence. My 2003-2015 program development documentation with dated notes. Published therapeutic riding journal articles from 2007-2014 presenting these exact techniques. My original manual compared with Paige's Paige Anderson model. Identical content, different branding. Grant applications where Paige explicitly stated she was implementing Mother's established model. Medical records and recent competition results proving I'd never been injured and was actively riding at advanced levels. Several therapeutic riding instructors stood. I learned these techniques from Dr. Anderson in 2009. When Paige's centers appeared using these methods, I assumed she had permission to continue her mother's work. I didn't realize she was claiming she'd developed them herself. A mental health grant administrator spoke. We've awarded Paige's centers $1.5 million specifically for developing innovative equine therapy for trauma. If these are Dr. Anderson's established techniques, the grants were obtained fraudulently. The conference director announced, Paige Anderson's workshop is terminated. Her centers face investigation for misrepresenting program origins and grant fraud. Mental health organizations froze her funding. Therapeutic riding associations launched ethics reviews. Her centers face potential closure. My relationship with Paige is destroyed. She stole my life's work and fabricated injury to silence me. I'm 47 years old. I spent 19 years developing equine therapy that helps trauma survivors heal. Paige wanted recognition without doing the development work. She took my decades of refinement and claimed 7 years of innovation. Now everyone knows, Dr. Morgan Anderson created these methods, and Paige Anderson stole them while lying about her mother's injury. The conference where she'd planned to showcase her expertise became her exposure. My work is properly credited, my capabilities confirmed, my program continues. I still help trauma survivors heal through horses. Paige's stolen version? Investigated and crumbling. The horses I work with help people find trust again. The truth found its voice through evidence. Both are powerful. Only one is authentic. The therapy horses respond to genuine connection, not false credentials. So did the truth. I'm still in the saddle. Paige's stolen ride? Over. My daughter built a wildlife rescue empire on my rehabilitation protocols. I'm exposing her at the Wildlife Conservation Gala. I'm a 51-year-old mother, and 14 weeks ago I discovered my daughter, Wren, 30-year-old female, has been running a prestigious wildlife rehabilitation center for the past 9 years, receiving major conservation grants and national media coverage for pioneering rehabilitation techniques. Except every protocol, every method, and every innovation she's credited with developing came from my 32 years of wildlife rehabilitation work that I built from nothing in our backyard. She's been telling donors and conservation organizations that I'm suffering from early onset dementia and no longer capable of animal care, while using my specialized feeding protocols for orphaned raptors, my socialization methods for release preparation, and my injury assessment techniques that I developed through decades of trial, error, and heartbreak. I only discovered this when a wildlife veterinarian I'd trained with in the 1990s called asking if I'd approved Ren using my name in grant applications despite my condition. Confused because she'd just seen me speak clearly at a conference last month. When I investigated Ren's rehabilitation center, I found my protocols word for word in her training manuals, my techniques demonstrated in her educational videos, and even my hand-drawn diagrams from the 1990s reproduced as Ren's original methodology. She's receiving a Lifetime Conservation Achievement Award at tomorrow's gala for work that's entirely mine. I've been rehabilitating injured and orphaned wildlife for 32 years, since I was 19. I started with a baby squirrel that fell from a tree in our yard, learned through books and mentorship how to care for it, became obsessed with giving injured animals second chances. Over 3 decades, I've rehabilitated over 2,000 animals: raptors, small mammals, waterfowl, songbirds. I became specialized in difficult cases other rehabilitators wouldn't take: raptors with wing injuries requiring months of flight conditioning, orphaned predators needing careful socialization to prevent imprinting, animals with complex injuries requiring innovative treatment approaches. I developed protocols that other rehabilitators adopted: specific feeding schedules for different raptor species, socialization techniques that prevented habituation while maintaining wild behavior, flight conditioning exercises for injured birds, injury assessment methods that predicted release success rates. I never commercialized my work. I ran everything from our property, funded by my teaching job and small donations. Wildlife rehabilitation was my passion, my purpose, not a business. Ren grew up surrounded by injured animals. She helped feed baby squirrels, watched me treat injured hawks, learned rehabilitation basics. She seemed to love the work, said she wanted to continue it professionally. 9 years ago, Ren said she wanted to formalize and expand what I'd been doing, create a proper licensed facility with staff and educational programs. She asked for my protocols, techniques, and documentation to build on my foundation. I gave her everything: 30 years of rehabilitation records, my protocol manuals, my technique documentation. I was proud she'd carry on my work. I didn't know Ren was presenting my 3 decades of work as her own 9-year innovation, claiming I was too mentally incapacitated to continue and building a career on my stolen expertise. 14 weeks ago, I got a call from Dr. Sarah Brennan, a wildlife vet I'd worked with in the 1990s. She said, "I'm confused about the grant application from Ren's center. It lists you as founder with dementia, but I saw you speak at the Raptor conference last month and you were sharp as ever. Did you approve using your condition in their funding appeal?" I was stunned. I didn't have dementia. I'd spoken at that conference about my current rehabilitation work. I was still active, still capable. I looked up Ren's rehabilitation center. It was impressive. A large facility, full-time staff, education programs, major conservation grants. Her bio described her as a pioneering wildlife rehabilitator who developed innovative protocols now used nationwide. Those protocols were mine, every single one. Her innovative raptor feeding schedule? I developed it in 1996. Her breakthrough socialization technique? My method from 2003. Her injury assessment system? My approach, refined over 20 years. I found her training manuals online. Word for word, they were my protocols, even including my specific language and my hand-drawn diagrams from the 1990s, now digitized as Ren's original illustrations. She'd built her entire 9-year operation on my 32 years of work, claiming credit for every innovation while telling the world I was too mentally diminished to continue animal care. I called Ren. I said, "Dr. Brennan told me you're using my supposed dementia in grant applications. I don't have dementia, and your innovative protocols are my techniques that I developed over 30 years. Ren said calmly, "Mom, I've built something significant from what you started. The center helps more animals than you ever could alone. Does it really matter who gets credit?" I said, It matters that you're lying about my mental capacity and claiming 30 years of my work as your 9-year breakthrough. She said coldly, "If you challenge this publicly, you'll destroy a major conservation facility that helps thousands of animals annually. And who'll believe you? I have 9 years of institutional credibility, major grants, professional recognition. You're a backyard rehabilitator claiming work being done at a professional facility. Plus, I've established your dementia narrative. Any protest will look like confusion from someone whose faculties are declining." She'd trapped me. Defending myself would seem to prove I was mentally impaired. I spent 14 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original protocol documentation from the 1980s-90s with dated notes. I found my hand-drawn diagrams, the originals, with my handwriting and dates, before Wren digitized them as her own work. I gathered testimony from wildlife rehabilitators I'd trained over decades, confirming these were my techniques they'd learned from me years before Wren's center existed. I obtained my speaking engagement records, recent published articles, and video of me presenting at last month's Raptor conference. Proof my mental faculties were completely intact. Most powerfully, I found Wren's own early emails from 9 years ago asking me to share your rehabilitation protocols so I can implement them at the new center. Emails proving she'd explicitly requested my existing work to use, not that she'd developed new techniques. The Wildlife Conservation Gala was tonight. 800 conservationists, donors, and wildlife professionals attended. Wren was receiving the Lifetime Conservation Achievement Award for her pioneering rehabilitation work. Wren gave an acceptance speech describing her development of innovative protocols, her breakthrough techniques, her dedication to advancing wildlife care. The audience applauded her supposed 30 years of dedication. Actually, my 32 years stolen and repackaged. Then the host said, "We've learned that the work being honored tonight has a more complex history. Wren's mother, who supposedly inspired her work, would like to speak." I took the stage. Wren's triumphant expression turned to horror. I said simply, "I'm Margaret Torres. I'm the mother Wren claimed has dementia. I don't have dementia. I spoke at a Raptor conference last month, and the pioneering protocols Wren just described as her innovations? I developed them over 32 years of wildlife rehabilitation work. Every technique, every method, every protocol she's credited with creating came from my 3 decades of hands-on work that I shared with her to help launch her center. Screens showed my evidence. My original 1990s protocol documentation with dated notes. My hand-drawn diagrams from 20 years ago, now digitized in Wren's manuals as her work. Emails from Wren 9 years ago explicitly requesting your rehabilitation techniques to implement. Testimony from rehabilitators I'd trained in the 1990s-2000s, confirming they'd learned these methods from me long before Wren's center existed. Video of me presenting complex rehabilitation concepts at last month's conference, demonstrating perfectly intact cognitive function, not dementia. The conservation community sat in shocked silence as truth emerged. Wren had built her career on her mother's stolen work while lying about her mother's mental capacity. I said, "Wren told donors I have dementia to explain why I'm not credited and to discourage anyone from contacting me. She used my supposed cognitive decline to justify taking sole credit for 32 years of my rehabilitation work." A major donor stood up. "We've given Wren's center hundreds of thousands in grants specifically because we believed she'd pioneered these rehabilitation techniques. If these are actually Margaret's protocols, our funding was obtained under false pretenses." The gala host announced, "The Lifetime Achievement Award is rescinded pending investigation. If Wren Torres's work is based on her mother's uncredited protocols, this constitutes professional fraud." Conservation organizations launched investigations. Grant funding was frozen. Wildlife rehabilitation associations demanded accountability. Wren's reputation collapsed. Her center faces closure. Her conservation career is destroyed. My relationship with Wren is over. She stole my life's work and fabricated dementia to silence me. I'm 51 years old. I spent 32 years developing wildlife rehabilitation expertise, helping over 2,000 animals get second chances at life. Wren wanted conservation glory without earning it. She took my 3 decades of work and claimed 9 years of innovation. Now everyone knows. Margaret Torres pioneered these techniques, and Wren Torres stole them while lying about her mother's mental capacity. The gala she'd planned as her crowning achievement became the venue for exposing her fraud. My protocols are being properly credited. My mental clarity is confirmed, and the wildlife rehabilitation community knows my legacy is mine. I still rehabilitate animals. My work continues. Wren's stolen version? Exposed and ended. The animals I've helped over 32 years got second chances. Wren got what she earned, the consequences of stealing and lying. Some legacies can't be stolen, only exposed. Mine is intact. Hers is destroyed. The raptors I've released fly free. The truth about Wren's fraud? Equally free, and equally devastating to what she tried to build on lies. My daughter built a canine rescue empire on my disaster training protocols. I'm exposing her at the FEMA conference. I'm a 50-year-old father, and 15 weeks ago I discovered my daughter, Riley, 33-year-old female, has been running a successful disaster search and rescue canine training company for the past 9 years, securing contracts with FEMA, fire departments nationwide, and emergency management agencies for her pioneering canine disaster response training methods. Except every protocol, every training progression, and every certification standard she's credited with developing came directly from my 24 years creating specialized search and rescue canine programs for earthquakes, building collapses, and disaster response. She's been telling emergency management organizations and federal agencies that I developed severe PTSD after a catastrophic search mission in 2015, where we failed to find survivors and can no longer work safely with dogs or deploy to disaster sites. While using my rubble search training sequences, my scent discrimination protocols for human remains detection, and my handler certification standards that I spent over 2 decades developing through deploying to hundreds of actual disaster sites with my canine partners. I only found out because a fire captain I'd trained with in 2008 called me, confused, saying, "Riley's teaching your exact training methods at our department, but she told us you developed PTSD and can't work disasters anymore. Except I just saw you deployed to that Florida hurricane last month on the news." The PTSD story is completely fabricated. When I investigated Riley's training company, I found my complete certification manual repackaged as Riley Cross Canine Solutions. My training progressions copied verbatim, and even my dog selection criteria presented as her innovations. She's presenting tomorrow at the National Disaster Response Conference, and I've spent 15 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a disaster search and rescue canine handler and trainer for 26 years. I started at 24 after watching search dogs work at an earthquake disaster site, became certified in wilderness and disaster canine search, and spent over 2 decades developing comprehensive training protocols specifically for urban disaster response. Building collapses, earthquakes, floods, structural failures. Over 24 years, I created specialized training methods. Rubble search techniques teaching dogs to navigate unstable structures. Scent discrimination protocols for finding live victims versus human remains in disaster debris. Handler education for working in dangerous environments. Canine selection criteria, identifying dogs with temperament for disaster work. Certification standards, ensuring teams were truly ready for deployment. I deployed to over 80 disaster sites with my canine partners. Earthquakes in Haiti and Nepal, hurricanes along the Gulf Coast, building collapses, tornado damage. I'd trained over 300 canine handler teams, preparing them for the physical and emotional demands of disaster response. My training protocols were respected in the disaster response community. I'd trained handlers for fire departments, developed certification programs, presented at emergency management conferences. But I'd never commercialized it into a business. I worked for a search and rescue nonprofit, deployed when called, trained volunteers. Disaster work was service, not profit. Riley grew up watching me train dogs and deploy to disasters. She'd seemed proud of the work, respectful of its importance. 9 years ago, Riley, who'd studied business, said she wanted to professionalize and scale disaster canine training, create a company making specialized training accessible to more departments nationwide. She asked for my training manuals, my protocols, my certification standards to build a professional program based on your proven methods. I gave her everything: my complete training curriculum, my selection criteria, my deployment protocols, my certification standards. I trusted her to expand access to quality training. I didn't know Riley was presenting my 24 years of development as her 9-year innovation, while claiming I'd developed PTSD and couldn't deploy anymore. 15 weeks ago, Captain Mike Rodriguez from Miami Fire Rescue called me. He said, "I'm confused about something. Riley just finished training our K9 unit using your exact protocols. The rubble navigation sequences, the scent discrimination progressions, everything. But she told us you developed severe PTSD after a failed search in 2015 and can't work disasters or train teams anymore. Except I just saw you on the news deployed to Hurricane Ian with your dog. What's going on? Were you injured? Did something happen?" I was shocked. I'd never developed PTSD. I'd never had a failed search in 2015. I'd been deployed successfully to multiple disasters that year. I was still actively deploying, still training, still working with my current canine partner. I researched Riley's company. Riley Cross K9 Solutions had contracts with FEMA, fire departments in 12 states, emergency management agencies. Media coverage called her a pioneer in disaster canine training and innovator in search and rescue dog protocols. The innovative protocols were my methods I'd spent 24 years developing. Her Riley Cross certification system? My standards, renamed. Her advanced rubble search training? My protocols from the early 2000s. Her disaster canine selection criteria? My temperament evaluation system. I found her training manuals for client departments, page after page of my work. My training progressions, my safety protocols, my deployment checklists, my handler education curriculum, my certification requirements. She'd built a $1 million training company entirely on my curriculum while telling the disaster response community I was too traumatized to work. I called Riley. I said, "Captain Rodriguez told me you're claiming I developed PTSD from a failed 2015 search and can't work disasters anymore. That never happened. I'm still deploying. And your entire training system is my protocols I've been developing for 24 years. Riley said calmly, "Dad, I created a sustainable business delivering training at scale. The business model is my achievement." I said, "You're presenting my decades of work as your 9 years of innovation and lying about me having PTSD and being unable to deploy." She said coldly, "I've built something significant that trains more canine teams than you ever could alone. If you challenge this, you'll damage a company providing critical disaster response training. And I have 9 years of federal contracts, FEMA partnerships, industry credibility. You're a field handler claiming work being done by an established training company. Plus, I've established you're traumatized and unreliable. Any protest reinforces that narrative." I spent 15 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original training documentation from 1998 to 2015 with development notes and disaster deployment dates. I found published emergency management journal articles presenting these techniques years before Riley's company existed. I gathered testimony from fire captains and emergency managers I'd worked with, confirming these were my methods, and I'd never developed PTSD or stopped deploying. I obtained my current deployment records, I'd responded to 5 disasters in the past 2 years with excellent performance evaluations. Most powerfully, I found Riley's original business plan from 9 years ago, proposing to deliver father's proven disaster canine training protocols through professional company structure. A document explicitly stating she was using my existing work. The National Disaster Response Conference was today. 800 emergency managers, canine handlers, fire chiefs, and FEMA officials attended. Riley was presenting a workshop on Advanced Disaster Canine Training Techniques. Riley took the stage with videos of her training sessions, demonstrating her methods. My rubble search progressions, my scent work protocols, my handler safety training. The audience took detailed notes on the innovative approaches. Then the conference director interrupted. Before we continue, there's critical information about these training methods' development. The handler who created this work is here. Mr. Cross, please come forward. I walked on stage with my current canine partner, a German Shepherd named Atlas. Riley's presentation confidence dissolved. I said simply, "I'm James Cross. I've been a disaster search and rescue canine handler for 26 years. The training techniques Riley demonstrated as her innovations, I developed them over 24 years of disaster deployments and handler training. Every protocol, every progression, every standard she presented came from my work that I shared with her to help launch her company. Screens showed my evidence. My 1998 to 2015 training documentation with dated notes from actual disaster deployments. Published emergency management articles from 2004 to 2013 presenting these exact techniques. My recent deployment records, Florida hurricane response, Midwest tornado damage, building collapse in Texas, all within the past 2 years, proving I was actively working, not sidelined by PTSD. Testimony from fire captains. I learned these protocols from James Cross in 2006. When Riley's company appeared using these methods, I assumed she had permission to continue her father's work. I didn't realize she was claiming she'd developed them. Riley's business plan explicitly stating she would implement father's proven protocols. Several canine handlers stood. These are James Cross's training methods. We learned them from him directly years before Riley's company existed. A FEMA contracts officer spoke. We've awarded Riley's company $2 million in training contracts specifically because we believed she'd developed innovative disaster canine protocols. If these are James Cross's established methods, the contracts were obtained under false pretenses. The conference director announced, Riley Cross's workshop is terminated. Her company faces investigation for misrepresenting training origins and federal contract fraud. FEMA froze her contracts. Fire departments launched reviews. Her company faces shutdown and potential criminal charges for federal contract fraud. My relationship with Riley is destroyed. She stole my life's work and fabricated PTSD to silence me. I'm 50 years old. I spent 24 years developing training that prepares canine teams for the hardest work, finding people in disaster rubble, bringing closure to families, saving lives. Riley wanted recognition without doing the deployments, without spending years in disaster zones, without developing expertise through real catastrophic events. Now everyone knows. James Cross created these methods through decades of disaster response, and Riley Cross stole them while lying about her father's mental health. The conference where she'd planned to showcase expertise became her exposure. My work is properly credited, my capabilities confirmed, my deployments continue. Atlas and I still deploy to disasters. Riley's stolen training empire? Investigated and crumbling. The survivors my canine partners have found over 26 years, those rescues are real. Riley's claims? All fabricated. I've trained teams that save lives in rubble. The truth buried her lies just as completely. Disaster work requires truth and reliability. Riley offered neither. The emergency management community demands both. I'm still in the field with my canine partner. Riley's stolen version? collapsed under investigation. The dogs I've trained find people in impossible places. The truth found Riley in her impossible lies. Both searches succeeded. Only one was honest. My son built art therapy centers on my trauma protocols. I'm exposing him at the Expressive Arts Conference. I'm a 49-year-old mother, and 18 weeks ago, I discovered my son, Cole, 30-year-old male, has been running a chain of 4 art therapy centers for the past 8 years, securing mental health grants and contracts with veterans organizations for his innovative trauma-focused art therapy techniques. Except every protocol, every therapeutic art intervention, and every assessment tool he's credited with developing came directly from my 22 years pioneering art therapy specifically for PTSD, sexual assault survivors, and combat veterans dealing with trauma they couldn't verbalize. He's been telling mental health organizations and grant committees that I developed severe vicarious trauma and compassion fatigue from decades of trauma work, experiencing symptoms that make it unsafe for me to work with traumatized clients. While using my clay processing techniques for body memory, my collage methods for fragmented trauma narratives, and my group mural protocols for collective healing, that I spent over 2 decades developing through direct therapeutic work with hundreds of trauma survivors. I only found out because a psychiatrist I'd collaborated with at a VA hospital called me, puzzled, saying, "Cole's teaching your exact art therapy protocols to our staff, but he mentioned you can't work with trauma clients anymore due to vicarious PTSD. Are you taking care of yourself?" I don't have vicarious trauma. When I investigated Cole's therapy centers, I found my complete clinical protocols repackaged as the Cole Rivera Expressive Trauma Method. My therapeutic art exercises copied exactly, and even my specialized art materials for different trauma types presented as his careful selection. He's keynoting tomorrow at the National Expressive Arts Therapy Conference, and I've spent 18 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been an art therapist specializing in trauma recovery for 24 years. I started at 25 after witnessing how art helped my own recovery from assault, became trained in art therapy and trauma treatment, and spent over 2 decades developing specific art-based interventions for people whose trauma was too overwhelming for talk therapy alone. Over 22 years, I created comprehensive protocols: clay work for processing body memories when words failed, collage techniques for reconstructing fragmented trauma narratives, paint interventions for expressing emotions too big for language, group murals building collective healing in survivor communities, assessment tools using art to identify trauma types and treatment needs. I'd worked with over 600 trauma survivors, sexual assault victims, combat veterans with PTSD, childhood abuse survivors, refugees, people whose trauma lived in their bodies, not their words. I'd watched art unlock frozen trauma, seen survivors externalize pain through creative expression, witnessed healing happen through paint and clay when talking couldn't reach the wounds. My work was known in art therapy circles. I'd trained therapists at VA hospitals, developed trauma-informed art therapy certifications, presented at mental health conferences, but I'd never commercialized it into therapy centers. I worked at a community mental health clinic, saw clients in private practice, trained other therapists. Trauma work was healing service, not business. Cole grew up watching me work with art materials, creating safe spaces for trauma processing, seemed moved by the healing he witnessed. 8 years ago, Cole, who'd studied nonprofit management, said he wanted to professionalize and expand trauma-focused art therapy, create centers making my approaches accessible to more trauma survivors, especially veterans. He asked for my clinical protocols, my therapeutic art exercises, my assessment tools, to build professional programs based on your proven methods. I gave him everything: my complete therapy curriculum, my intervention sequences, my trauma-type specific techniques, my safety protocols. I trusted him to expand access to healing. I didn't know Cole was presenting my 22 years of development as his 8-year innovation, while claiming I'd become too traumatized by my work to continue it. 18 weeks ago, Dr. Marcus Chen, a psychiatrist I'd collaborated with at the VA hospital, called me. He said, "I'm concerned about you. Cole just finished training our art therapy staff using your exact protocols. The clay body work, the collage trauma narrative techniques, everything. But he mentioned you developed severe vicarious trauma and compassion fatigue that make it unsafe for you to work with traumatized clients anymore. Are you okay? Do you need support?" I was confused. I didn't have vicarious trauma. I practiced self-care, had supervision, maintained healthy boundaries. I was currently working with 3 trauma survivor groups and seeing individual clients. I was actively providing trauma therapy. I researched Cole's therapy centers, 4 locations across 3 states, contracts with veterans organizations, mental health grants for trauma treatment, media coverage calling Cole a pioneer in expressive arts therapy for PTSD. The pioneering techniques were my methods I'd spent 22 years developing. His Cole Rivera expressive trauma method? My protocols, renamed. His body memory clay work? My technique from 2005. His fragmented narrative collage therapy? My intervention from the early 2000s. I found his clinical training manuals for staff therapists, page after page of my work. My therapeutic art exercises, my trauma assessment protocols, my safety guidelines, my intervention progressions for different trauma types. He'd built a $1 million therapy organization entirely on my clinical work, while telling the mental health community I was too damaged by vicarious trauma to practice. I called Cole. I said, "Dr. Chen told me you're claiming I have vicarious trauma and can't work with trauma clients. That's not true. I'm actively practicing, and your entire expressive trauma method is my clinical protocols I've been developing for 22 years. Cole said evenly, "Mom, I created organizational infrastructure around therapeutic concepts. The business success is my achievement." I said, "You're presenting my decades of clinical work as your 8 years of innovation and lying about me having vicarious PTSD that makes me unsafe to practice." He said coldly, "I've built something significant that serves more trauma survivors than your clinic practice ever could. If you challenge this, you'll damage centers providing critical mental health services. And I have 8 years of institutional credibility, federal contracts, professional recognition. You're a solo practitioner claiming work being done at established centers. Plus, I've positioned you as having vicarious trauma. Any protest makes you look like an impaired therapist in denial, which is classic vicarious PTSD presentation." I spent 18 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original clinical documentation from 2000 to 2015 with dated therapy notes and intervention development records. I found published art therapy journal articles presenting these techniques years before Cole's centers existed. I gathered testimony from therapists I'd trained and psychiatrists I'd collaborated with, confirming these were my clinical methods developed through decades of trauma work. I obtained my current clinical licensure, recent supervision records, and ethics board clearances, proving I was actively practicing with no concerns about vicarious trauma or impairment. Most powerfully, I found Cole's original business plan from 8 years ago, proposing to implement Mother's proven trauma-focused art therapy protocols through professional treatment centers. A document acknowledging he was using my existing clinical work. The National Expressive Arts Therapy Conference was today. 900 art therapists, trauma specialists, and mental health professionals attended. Cole was keynoting on revolutionary art therapy approaches for complex PTSD. Cole took the stage with images of therapy sessions demonstrating his methods. My clay body memory work, my collage trauma processing, my group mural interventions. The audience of therapists took clinical notes on the innovative approaches. Then the conference director interrupted. Before Q&A, There's crucial clinical information about these methods' development. The art therapist who created these protocols is here. Ms. Rivera, please come forward. I walked on stage. Cole's keynote confidence collapsed. I said simply, "I'm Carmen Rivera. I'm a licensed art therapist specializing in trauma treatment for 24 years. The therapeutic techniques Cole demonstrated as his innovations, I developed them over 22 years of clinical practice with trauma survivors. Every protocol, every art intervention, every assessment tool he presented came from my clinical work that I shared with him to help launch his centers. Screens showed my evidence. My 2000 to 2015 clinical documentation with dated intervention development notes. Published art therapy journal articles from 2004 to 2013 presenting these exact techniques. My current licensure, supervision records, and ethics clearances, proving I was actively practicing with no vicarious trauma concerns. Recent photos of me leading trauma survivor art therapy groups, demonstrating clear clinical capacity and no impairment. Cole's business plan explicitly stating he would implement Mother's proven clinical protocols. Several art therapists stood. I learned these trauma interventions from Carmen Rivera in a 2009 training. When Cole's centers appeared using these methods, I assumed he had permission. I didn't realize he was claiming he'd developed them. A mental health grant administrator spoke. We've awarded Cole's centers $2.8 million specifically for developing innovative trauma-focused art therapy. If these are Carmen Rivera's established clinical protocols, the grants were obtained fraudulently. The conference director announced, Cole Rivera's keynote is terminated. His centers face investigation for misrepresenting clinical work origins and grant fraud. Mental health organizations froze funding. Licensing boards launched investigations. His centers face closure. My relationship with Cole is destroyed. He stole my clinical work and fabricated vicarious trauma to discredit me. I'm 49 years old. I spent 22 years developing art therapy that helps trauma survivors heal when words aren't enough. Cole wanted recognition without doing the clinical work with traumatized clients, without years of bearing witness to suffering, without developing interventions through actual therapeutic practice. Now everyone knows. Carmen Rivera created these clinical methods through decades of trauma therapy work, and Cole Rivera stole them while lying about his mother's mental health. The conference where he'd planned his triumph became his exposure. My clinical work is properly credited. My capacity confirmed. My practice continues. I still help trauma survivors express what they cannot speak. Cole's stolen therapy empire? Investigated and collapsing. The survivors I've worked with found healing through art when words failed them. The truth found its voice through evidence when lies failed Cole. I create space for trauma to be externalized through art. The truth externalized his fraud just as effectively. Clay holds the shape you give it. So does evidence. Cole learned which one matters in court. The art my clients create transforms their trauma. The truth transformed his career, from fraudulent success to exposed failure. Some things can't be fabricated. Authentic healing, honest practice, clinical integrity, the truth. His claims? None of those. And the therapy community demands all four. My son tried to destroy my foster care license so he could take the family home. I exposed him at the review hearing. I'm a 50-year-old father, and 8 weeks ago I discovered my son Derek, 28-year-old male, has been systematically filing false abuse reports with Child Protective Services for the past 2 years, trying to get my foster care license revoked, all because he wants me to stop fostering and give him our large family home that he believes is being wasted on random kids when he actually deserves it as family. He's been anonymously reporting fabricated incidents of neglect and inappropriate discipline, creating a CPS investigation file thick enough that my license renewal was flagged for review. I only found out because a CPS caseworker I'd worked with for 15 years quietly told me the anonymous reports had suspiciously specific details about my home layout that only family would know, and suggested I check my security camera footage. When I reviewed it, I found Derek letting himself in when I wasn't home, photographing normal household situations, then filing reports describing those same scenes as evidence of neglect and hoarding. My license review hearing is in 3 days. Derek plans to testify as a concerned family member, and I've spent 8 weeks documenting that every report came from him, motivated by wanting my house for himself while destroying 20 years of foster care work that's helped over 60 children. I've been a licensed foster parent for 22 years, since I was 28. My wife, Rebecca, and I started fostering after struggling with infertility beyond Derek, wanting to provide a home for kids who needed one. Rebecca died 6 years ago from cancer, but I continued fostering. It's what she would have wanted, and honestly, it gave me purpose after losing her. Over 2 decades, I've fostered 63 children, some for weeks during emergency placements, some for years until adoption or family reunification. I've specialized in older kids and sibling groups that other foster homes won't take. My home is large, a 5-bedroom house Rebecca and I bought specifically for fostering, and I've created a safe, stable environment for kids aging out of the system or waiting for permanent placements. Derek grew up alongside foster kids. He had his own room, his own space, but shared family life with temporary siblings. I thought he understood the importance of the work. He'd seemed supportive when Rebecca died, even said he was proud of me for continuing her legacy. 2 years ago, Derek started making comments about the house. He'd gotten engaged, was frustrated with apartment living, suggested I retire from fostering, and let him and his fiancée move in. I explained the house was my foster home, licensed, set up for multiple children, needed for my work. Derek could visit any time, but this was where I provided care for kids who needed it. He became increasingly bitter, making comments about strangers getting priority over family, and how the house would eventually be his inheritance anyway. I was disturbed by his attitude, but didn't think he'd act on it. Then, the anonymous CPS reports started. The first claimed I was hoarding because my garage had donation items for foster kids. The second reported inappropriate discipline after someone saw me having a stern conversation with a teenage foster son. The third claimed neglect because my yard had old playground equipment. Each report was investigated and dismissed. My home was clean, safe, well-maintained. But CPS is legally required to investigate every report, and the investigations were stressful for me and unsettling for my current foster kids. After 8 reports in 2 years, CPS flagged my file for license review. Even though every investigation cleared me, the volume of reports suggested potential issues requiring formal evaluation. That's when my longtime CPS caseworker, Maria, quietly pulled me aside. She said, "Tom, these reports are suspicious. They describe your home layout with specific details, room locations, furniture placement, garage organization, that anonymous callers shouldn't know. Someone's been in your house. Check your security cameras." I reviewed 2 years of footage. Derek had been letting himself in with his old key when I was at work, photographing normal situations, then filing reports describing those same scenes as problematic. A photo of donation boxes in my garage became a report about hoarding. A photo of a teenage foster kid's messy bedroom became evidence of neglect. A photo of me speaking firmly to a teen who'd broken curfew became harsh discipline. Derek had been systematically building a false CPS case against me, hoping to get my license revoked so I'd have to give up fostering and move to a smaller place, leaving the house for him. I found emails between Derek and his fiancée discussing their plan. She'd written, "Once CPS takes his license, he'll have to leave that huge house. We can finally have the space we deserve." Derek replied, "Just a few more reports. They're taking it seriously now. License review in a few months, then the house is ours. They actually believed they deserved my house more than the foster children I cared for. They were willing to destroy my life's work, traumatize vulnerable kids by disrupting their placements, and damage my reputation through false abuse allegations, all for property they wanted. I called Derek. I said, "I know you've been filing false CPS reports to get my foster license revoked." Silence. Then, "Dad, I don't know what you're talking about." I interrupted. "I have security footage of you photographing my house, then filing reports describing those exact scenes. I have your emails discussing the plan. You've been trying to destroy 20 years of foster care work because you want my house." Derek's voice turned cold. "That house should be mine. You're wasting it on random kids when your actual family needs it. Mom would have wanted you to prioritize me over strangers." I said, "Your mother dedicated her life to fostering. She'd be horrified by what you're doing." Derek said, "If you try to use that evidence against me, I'll testify at your review hearing about all the real problems I've witnessed over the years. CPS will believe a concerned son over a father trying to deflect. You'll lose your license anyway, and I'll still get the house when you're forced to move." He'd planned his testimony, prepared to lie under oath at my hearing, confident CPS would believe him. I spent 8 weeks preparing my defense. I gathered security footage showing Derek's unauthorized entries, documented the timeline of his visits matching anonymous report dates, obtained testimony from my current and former foster kids about the home environment, collected character references from social workers who'd worked with me for decades. Most importantly, I had Derek's emails explicitly discussing his plan to get my license revoked so he could take the house. The license review hearing was yesterday. 50 people attended: CPS supervisors, family court judges, foster care advocates, social workers. My license status would be decided based on investigation results and testimony. The hearing officer began by reviewing the investigation file. 8 anonymous reports over 2 years, all dismissed after investigation, but volume raised concerns about potential pattern of issues. Then, Derek took the stand as a witness. He testified that he'd grown up watching concerning behaviors, described me as emotionally unavailable, claimed I prioritized foster kids over family, suggested the multiple reports indicated real problems multiple people had noticed. He was credible, emotional, playing the concerned son perfectly. Several hearing officers took notes during his testimony. Then my attorney said, "We have evidence these reports weren't from multiple concerned parties. They were from one person with a specific motive." We presented the evidence. Security footage showing Derek entering my home 8 times over 2 years, photographing specific areas, then leaving. Dates of his visits matched dates anonymous reports were filed within 24 hours. The reports described scenes visible in his photographs with suspicious specificity. Then, we showed Derek's emails with his fiancée, discussing their plan to take the house after CPS revoked my license. Derek's testimony collapsed. He'd lied under oath about multiple concerned parties when he was the sole source of all reports. He'd committed perjury while trying to destroy my foster care work for property gain. The hearing officer's expression shifted from concern to anger. "Mr. Torres, are you telling this hearing you filed false abuse reports to obtain your father's property?" Derek tried to backtrack, claiming the reports reflected real concerns, and the house discussion was separate. But the evidence was undeniable. Former foster kids I'd raised testified next. A 24-year-old I'd fostered as a teen spoke about how my home had been her only stability during a chaotic adolescence. A 19-year-old aging out of the system explained I'd helped him transition to college when he had nowhere else to go. A 16-year-old currently in my care said I'd given her the first safe home she'd known. Their testimony painted the truth. My home was a refuge for kids who desperately needed one, and Derek was trying to destroy that for selfish reasons. The hearing officer announced her decision. Mr. Torres, your license is not only renewed, but commended. This hearing has revealed a targeted harassment campaign by your son, not legitimate concerns about foster care quality. We're referring Derek Torres to the district attorney for filing false reports and perjury. Filing fraudulent abuse reports wastes investigative resources and traumatizes families. Doing so to obtain property is particularly egregious. Derek faces criminal charges. His fiancée broke off their engagement after learning he'd lied under oath and tried to harm vulnerable children for a house. The foster care community has blacklisted him from any involvement with child welfare. My relationship with Derek is over. He was willing to destroy my life's work, traumatize the kids in my care, and lie about child abuse, all because he wanted my house. I'm 50 years old. I've spent 22 years providing foster care because kids deserve safe homes, and I have the space and heart to provide that. Derek decided his desire for property mattered more than vulnerable children's welfare. Now everyone knows, Tom Torres is a dedicated foster parent, and Derek Torres is the son who tried to destroy his father's foster care work through false abuse allegations motivated by greed. The hearing he'd planned to use for testimony against me became the venue for exposing his malicious lies. My foster license is renewed and my reputation cleared. The kids I care for know they have a safe home that won't be taken away by false allegations. Derek thought he could manipulate the system to get what he wanted. He learned that the child welfare system takes false reports seriously and punishes those who weaponize it for personal gain. I survived losing my wife 6 years ago by continuing her legacy of fostering. I survived my son's betrayal by protecting that legacy from his lies. 63 kids have found safety in my home over 22 years. Derek wanted to end that for a property title. He failed. The kids won. And my home remains what Rebecca and I built it to be, a place where children who need family can find one, for however long they need it. Derek wanted my house. What he got instead was a criminal record and the knowledge that he valued property over children's welfare. The house stands. The work continues. And Derek? He has neither the house nor his father. Some inheritances aren't worth the cost. Derek learned that too late. My home isn't an inheritance to claim, it's a refuge to maintain. The kids understand that. Derek never did. My son built marine conservation centers on my coral restoration methods. I'm exposing him at the Ocean Sciences Conference. I'm a 48-year-old mother, and 17 weeks ago I discovered my son, Kai, 29-year-old male, has been running a chain of 3 marine conservation centers for the past 8 years, securing millions in ocean preservation grants and partnerships with aquariums nationwide for his revolutionary coral reef restoration techniques. Except every protocol, every propagation method, and every ecosystem assessment tool he's credited with developing came directly from my 23 years pioneering coral restoration research in dying reef systems around the world. He's been telling marine biology organizations and grant committees that I suffered severe decompression sickness during a deep research dive in 2016 that caused permanent neurological damage, ending my diving career and making underwater research impossible. While using my coral fragmentation techniques, my larval settlement protocols, and my temperature stress monitoring systems that I spent over 2 decades developing through thousands of research dives, documenting coral bleaching and testing restoration interventions. I only found out because a marine biologist I'd collaborated with in the Maldives saw Kai's TEDx talk and emailed me, concerned, saying, "He's presenting your exact propagation methods but claiming you can't dive anymore due to brain damage from decompression sickness. Are you okay?" I've never had decompression sickness or any diving injury. When I investigated Kai's conservation centers, I found my complete research protocols repackaged as the Kai Morrison Reef Revival System. My experimental designs copied exactly, and even my hand-selected coral species for different temperature zones presented as his careful research. He's keynoting tomorrow at the International Ocean Sciences Conference, and I've spent 17 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a marine biologist, specializing in coral reef restoration for 25 years. I started at 23 after witnessing massive coral bleaching during a research trip to the Great Barrier Reef, became obsessed with finding ways to help dying reefs recover, and spent over 2 decades developing restoration techniques that actually worked in warming oceans. Over 23 years, I created comprehensive protocols: coral fragmentation methods for propagating resilient species, larval settlement techniques for growing new coral colonies, temperature stress monitoring to identify heat-resistant coral strains, ecosystem assessment tools measuring restoration success, outplanting strategies for different reef environments. I'd worked on reef restoration projects in 15 countries: Australia, Maldives, Caribbean, Philippines, Pacific Islands. I'd planted over 50,000 coral fragments, identified dozens of heat-tolerant coral strains, trained 200-plus marine biologists in restoration techniques, watched sections of dying reef begin recovering through methods I'd developed. My research was published in marine biology journals, shared at ocean science conferences, used by conservation organizations worldwide. But I'd never commercialized it into business centers. I worked for university research programs and conservation nonprofits, diving and researching, passionate about saving reefs. Ocean work was about the science, not profit. Kai grew up hearing about coral research, occasionally joining me on surface research trips, seemed proud of the conservation work. 8 years ago, Kai, who'd studied environmental management, said he wanted to scale and implement coral restoration, create conservation centers making my techniques accessible for community-based reef restoration programs. He asked for my research protocols, my propagation methods, my monitoring tools to build professional programs based on your proven science. I gave him everything: my complete research documentation, my experimental designs, my coral selection criteria, my outplanting protocols. I trusted him to expand reef restoration access. I didn't know Kai was presenting my 23 years of research as his 8-year innovation, while claiming I'd suffered brain damage and couldn't dive anymore. 17 weeks ago, I got an email from Dr. Amara Patel, a marine biologist I'd collaborated with in the Maldives in 2012. She wrote, "I'm confused and concerned. I just watched Kai's TEDx talk about coral restoration. He's presenting your exact fragmentation and propagation methods as his innovations. But he said you suffered severe decompression sickness that caused brain damage and you can no longer dive or do research. Are you okay? Do you need support?" I was shocked. I'd never had decompression sickness. I'd never had any diving injury. I'd done a research dive in the Caribbean literally last week studying coral heat tolerance. I was actively diving and researching. I researched Kai's conservation centers. 3 locations: Florida Keys, Hawaii, Caribbean, all operating reef restoration programs. Grants from ocean conservation foundations. Media coverage calling Kai a visionary in coral restoration science and pioneer in reef recovery techniques. The pioneering techniques were my methods I'd spent 23 years developing. His Kai Morrison Reef Revival System? My protocols, renamed. His temperature-resistant coral identification? My research from 2008 to 2015. His larval settlement innovation? My technique from the early 2000s. I found his training materials for marine biology interns, page after page of my research. My experimental protocols, my data collection methods, my statistical analysis approaches, my ecosystem monitoring systems. He'd built $1 million conservation organization entirely on my research, while telling the marine science community I had permanent brain damage from diving injury. I called Kai. I said, "Dr. Patel told me you're claiming I have brain damage from decompression sickness and can't dive anymore. That never happened. I dove last week in the Caribbean. And your entire Reef Revival System is my research I've been developing for 23 years. Kai said smoothly, Mom, I created organizational infrastructure around scientific concepts. The Conservation Center success is my achievement. I said, You're presenting my decades of research as your 8 years of innovation and lying about me having permanent neurological damage. He said coldly, I've built something impactful that restores more reef area than your academic research projects ever reached. If you challenge this, you'll damage centers doing critical conservation work. And I have 8 years of institutional credibility, major grants, partnerships with aquariums. You're a research scientist claiming work being done at established conservation centers. Plus, I've established you're brain damaged and can't dive safely. Any protest reinforces you're impaired and not thinking clearly. I spent 17 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original research documentation from 1999-2015 with dated dive logs and experimental notes. I found published marine biology journal articles presenting these techniques years before Kai's centers existed. I gathered testimony from marine biologists I'd collaborated with and trained, confirming these were my methods, developed through decades of fieldwork. I obtained my current diving certifications, medical clearances, and recent research dive logs, proving I was actively diving with no neurological issues or decompression injury history. Most critically, I found Kai's original grant proposals from 8 years ago, stating he would implement Mother's proven coral restoration protocols through community conservation centers, documents acknowledging he was using my existing research. The International Ocean Sciences Conference was today. 1,000 marine scientists, conservation professionals, and ocean policy experts attended. Kai was keynoting on breakthrough coral restoration techniques for climate-impacted reefs. Kai took the stage with underwater footage of his restoration work, demonstrating his methods, my coral fragmentation techniques, my temperature tolerance assessment, my outplanting strategies. The audience of marine scientists took notes on the innovative approaches. Then the conference director interrupted. Before Q&A, there's essential information about these restoration methods' development. The marine biologist who created this research is here. Dr. Morrison, please come forward. I walked on stage. Kai's keynote confidence shattered. I said simply, I'm Dr. Elena Morrison. I've been a marine biologist specializing in coral restoration for 25 years. The techniques Kai demonstrated as his innovations, I developed them over 23 years of research diving and experimental restoration projects in 15 countries. Every protocol, every method, every assessment tool he presented came from my research that I shared with him to help launch his conservation centers. Screens showed my evidence. My 1999 to 2015 research documentation with dive logs, experimental data, and publication records. Published marine biology journal articles from 2003 to 2014 presenting these exact techniques. My current diving certifications and medical clearances, proving I was actively diving with no decompression injury history or neurological damage. Recent research dive footage from last month showing me conducting complex coral restoration research underwater, demonstrating perfect cognitive function and diving capability. Grant proposals where Kai explicitly stated he was implementing Mother's proven restoration protocols. Several marine biologists stood. I learned these coral propagation methods from Dr. Morrison in 2010. When Kai's centers appeared using these techniques, I assumed he had permission to continue his mother's work. I didn't realize he was claiming he'd developed them himself. A major ocean conservation grant administrator spoke. We've awarded Kai's centers $3.5 million specifically for developing innovative coral restoration techniques. If these are Dr. Morrison's established research methods, the grants were obtained fraudulently. The conference director announced, Kai Morrison's keynote is terminated. His conservation centers face investigation for misrepresenting research origins and grant fraud. Ocean Conservation Foundations froze his funding. Marine biology organizations launched investigations. His centers face potential shutdown. My relationship with Kai is destroyed. He stole my life's research and fabricated brain damage to silence me. I'm 48 years old. I spent 23 years developing restoration science that helps dying coral reefs recover in warming oceans. Kai wanted recognition without doing the research dives, without years documenting bleaching events, without developing techniques through trial and error in the field. Now everyone knows. Dr. Elena Morrison created these methods through decades of research diving, and Kai Morrison stole them while lying about his mother's neurological health. The conference where he'd planned his triumph became his exposure. My research is properly credited. My diving capabilities confirmed. My work continues. I'm still diving and restoring reefs. Kai's stolen conservation empire? Investigated and collapsing. The coral fragments I've planted over 23 years are growing into healthy reefs. The truth grew just as inevitably. I still descend to dying reefs to help them recover. Kai's career? Sunk by his own lies. The ocean doesn't lie. Neither does research data. Neither did I. Kai built his reputation on depths he never explored. The truth surfaced regardless. I dive to 30 meters regularly. His lies? Even deeper, but not deep enough to hide. The reefs I've restored will outlive us all. His fraudulent career? Already dead, bleached by exposure to truth. Some things survive in harsh conditions. Resilient coral, honest research, the truth. His lies? None of those things. And the ocean science community demands all three. My son created a documentary claiming I abandoned him. I'm exposing him at the film festival. I'm a 49-year-old father, and 12 weeks ago I discovered my son, Jasper, 27-year-old male, has created an award-winning documentary called The Absent Father, Growing Up Without Dad, which has won 3 festival awards, been picked up by a major streaming service, and made Jasper a sought-after filmmaker. Except the entire premise is a lie. The documentary portrays me as a father who abandoned my family when Jasper was 8 to pursue a music career, leaving his mother to raise him and his sister alone in poverty while I chased fame. The reality, I never left. His mother, Caroline, abandoned us when Jasper was 8 to move across the country with her boyfriend, and I raised both kids as a single father while working 2 jobs, never pursuing music beyond weekend hobby gigs at local bars. I only learned about the documentary when my daughter, Iris, 24-year-old female, called me sobbing after seeing it at a festival screening, saying, "How could Jasper lie like this about you?" When I watched the documentary, I found manipulated childhood photos, interviews with family friends I'd never met, and carefully edited footage of me at bar gigs presented as evidence I prioritized music over family. Jasper's documentary is getting a theatrical premiere in 2 days, and I've spent 12 weeks gathering proof that he fabricated his abandonment narrative for film industry sympathy and critical acclaim. I raised Jasper and Iris as a single father from the time they were 8 and 5. Caroline left when she met someone else, moved to Seattle, sent minimal child support, and rarely visited. It was hard. I worked as a mechanic during the day and stocked shelves at night to support the kids, gave up any dreams of pursuing music seriously, focused entirely on being present for my children. I played guitar at local bars maybe twice a month, for extra income and because I needed a few hours to decompress. The kids often came with me, did homework at corner tables while I played. They knew music was my hobby, not my priority. My priority was them. Jasper and Iris both went to college. Iris became a teacher. Jasper studied film. I was proud he'd found his passion, supported his artistic ambitions, even when it meant he moved to LA and rarely visited. 2 years ago, Jasper mentioned he was working on a personal documentary. I assumed it would be about his own life experiences or artistic journey. He asked for childhood photos, videos of me playing guitar at bars, said he wanted to Capture the family history. I sent everything. Photos of the kids, videos from my bar performances, footage from birthdays and school events. I trusted him to tell our family story honestly. The documentary premiered at Sundance this year. Jasper didn't invite me. He told me it wasn't ready for family viewing yet, and he wanted me to see the finished version later. Then Iris called, devastated. She'd attended a festival screening and was horrified. The documentary portrayed me as an absent father who'd abandoned the family to chase music dreams, leaving Caroline to struggle as a single mother. Every detail was inverted. The parent who left became the hero. The parent who stayed became the villain. I immediately found a screening and watched it. The documentary was technically brilliant. Jasper had real filmmaking talent, but the story was fiction. The documentary showed photos of me at bars playing guitar, described as evidence of his priorities, performing for strangers while his children went without. Those gigs were how I paid for their school supplies and groceries after working 2 jobs. It included interviews with childhood friends, describing how I was never home, and they barely saw their father. I didn't recognize these people. They weren't friends from our neighborhood or our lives. The documentary's emotional core was Jasper describing growing up without a father, while his mother sacrificed everything to raise him. In reality, Caroline saw the kids maybe twice a year after leaving. I was there every day, making breakfast, helping with homework, attending every school event. Most painful. The documentary ended with Jasper's reconciliation attempt, showing him visiting me now, trying to reconnect with the father who missed his childhood. The footage was real, from Jasper's last visit, but the context was completely fabricated. He was visiting the father who'd raised him, not seeking connection with an absent parent. The documentary won 3 festival awards for intimate storytelling and raw emotional honesty. Major critics praised Jasper's courage in confronting his absent father and the film's unflinching look at parental abandonment. A streaming service bought distribution rights. Jasper was being profiled as an emerging filmmaker, telling difficult personal truths. My reputation in our hometown was destroyed. People who'd known me as a dedicated single father read festival reviews and believed I'd abandoned my kids. Old neighbors avoided me, assuming they'd never really known me. I called Jasper. I said, "Iris told me about your documentary. You portrayed me as abandoning you when I raised you alone after your mother left." Jasper said coolly, "It's my emotional truth, how I experienced my childhood. You were physically present but emotionally absent, always tired, always working, never really there. That's a form of abandonment." I said, "I worked 2 jobs to support you after your mother left. The bar gigs you showed were me earning extra money for your needs, not pursuing fame." He said, "The documentary resonates with people because it's authentic. Film festivals, critics, audiences, they all validated my story. If you try to challenge it, you'll look like a deadbeat dad in denial. Who believe you over an award-winning documentary?" He'd created the perfect trap. Any defense I made would be framed as exactly what an abandoning parent would claim. I spent 12 weeks gathering evidence. I collected bank statements showing I'd worked 2 jobs throughout their childhood, pay stubs from the mechanic shop and overnight stocking job, receipts proving I'd paid for their school needs, activities, and college applications. I found Caroline's minimal child support records and documentation that she'd moved to Seattle with her boyfriend when Jasper was 8, leaving me with full custody. I gathered testimony from real family friends, neighbors, and teachers who'd known us. People who could confirm I'd been a present, dedicated father, working multiple jobs to support my kids alone. I collected report cards where teachers noted my involvement, photos from school events showing me at every play and sports game, videos from birthday parties and holidays showing me present and engaged. Most powerfully, I found Jasper's own childhood journals and school assignments from ages 10 to 16 stored in my attic. essays where he wrote about my dad who works really hard to take care of us, Father's Day cards thanking me for always being there, journal entries describing me as the best dad even though he's tired a lot. Jasper had documented his actual childhood with a present, loving, exhausted single father before rewriting it as abandonment for his documentary. The documentary's theatrical premiere was tonight at a prestigious art house cinema in New York. 700 people attended, film critics, industry professionals, Jasper's supporters. Major media covered the event. Jasper introduced the film, giving an emotional speech about finding healing by telling difficult truths about family, and honoring his mother's strength. The audience watched his fabricated story, moved by his courage, believing his lies. When the film ended, the moderator began Q&A. Then she said, "Before we proceed, there's someone here with information about the documentary's accuracy. Jasper's father has asked to speak." I walked to the front. Jasper's confident expression collapsed into panic. I said simply, "I'm Robert Chen. I'm the absent father in Jasper's documentary. I didn't abandon my family when Jasper was 8. His mother left us, and I raised both kids alone while working 2 jobs. The documentary is fiction, presented as fact." Screens showed my evidence. Bank statements proving I'd worked 2 jobs throughout their childhood. Caroline's abandonment documented through custody records. Teachers' testimony about my constant involvement. Photos from every school event showing me present. Then, Jasper's own childhood journals appeared on screen. His handwriting at ages 10, 12, 14, describing me as a loving, present, hard-working father. His own words contradicting his documentary's narrative. The audience sat in stunned silence as the truth emerged. Jasper had fabricated an abandonment story, inverted which parent left and which stayed, and manipulated childhood footage to support lies. I said, "Jasper had a present father who sacrificed music dreams to raise him after his mother left. He rewrote that history, making me the villain and his absent mother the hero, to create a marketable documentary about abandonment and forgiveness." Iris stood up in the audience and spoke. "Everything Dad said is true. Mom left us. Dad raised us alone. Jasper's documentary is lies." The film industry's response was swift. Distributors launched investigations into the documentary's factual claims. The streaming service delayed release pending verification. Festival awards committees began reviewing whether the film qualified as documentary if core claims were fabricated. Film critics who'd praised Jasper's honesty wrote retractions. Media outlets ran stories about documentary fraud and fabricated family narrative. Jasper's emerging filmmaker reputation collapsed. He'd built it on lies about his father's supposed abandonment, when the truth was the opposite. His father had stayed, sacrificed, and raised him through everything. My reputation is being restored. People in our hometown who'd believed the documentary now know the truth. Former neighbors are apologizing for doubting me. My relationship with Jasper is destroyed. He chose film industry success over truth, sympathy over honesty, and was willing to destroy my reputation by fabricating abandonment. I'm 49 years old. I gave up music dreams to raise my kids after their mother left. I worked 2 jobs, attended every school event, supported every interest they had. I was present every single day. Jasper rewarded my presence by creating a documentary claiming I was absent. Now everyone knows. Robert Chen was a dedicated single father, and Jasper Chen is the son who fabricated abandonment for critical acclaim. The theatrical premiere he'd planned as his breakthrough moment became the venue for exposing his lies. My sacrifice raising him alone is acknowledged. His documentary is being reclassified or pulled entirely. Jasper wanted to be an acclaimed documentary filmmaker. He achieved it through lies. Now he's known for fabricating family trauma and betraying the father who raised him. Real children of absent parents deserve authentic stories. I deserved better than being portrayed as abandoning the kids I sacrificed everything to raise. Iris stood by the truth. She knows who was there for her childhood. So do I. Jasper created a documentary about an absent father. The only thing truly absent? His honesty, his integrity, and now, his career. The screening room was full for his premiere. After the truth came out, his credibility was empty. I gave up music to raise him. He used footage of that music to fabricate my abandonment. The irony is almost poetic. The documentary claimed to tell a difficult truth. The difficult truth is that he lied. Film festivals loved his story. Reality exposed it. Only one verdict matters now, and it's not from critics. It's from the facts. I was there for his childhood. I'm here for the truth. He learned which presence matters more. My son built a championship barbecue team on my smoking techniques. I'm exposing him at the Kansas City Royal. I'm a 53-year-old father, and 21 weeks ago, I discovered my son, Trent, 34-year-old male, has been running a championship competition barbecue team for the past 11 years, winning major titles across the country and securing lucrative sponsorships for his innovative smoking and flavor techniques. Except every recipe, every temperature protocol, and every wood combination he's credited with perfecting came directly from my 31 years developing championship barbecue methods through hundreds of competitions and thousands of hours perfecting the craft of low and slow smoking. He's been telling competition organizers and barbecue sponsors that I lost my sense of taste and smell permanently after a severe COVID infection in 2020, making me unable to judge barbecue quality or develop flavors anymore. While using my brisket trimming and injection methods, my precise temperature control protocols for different meat cuts, and my signature wood smoking combinations that I spent over 3 decades perfecting through trial, error, and relentless experimentation. I only found out because a competition judge I'd competed alongside for 20 years saw Trent win a major championship and called me, puzzled, saying, "Trent's using your exact brisket technique and your signature cherry hickory blend. But he mentioned you can't taste food anymore after COVID. Are you doing okay?" I never had COVID, and my senses are perfect. When I investigated Trent's barbecue team, I found my complete competition playbook repackaged as Trent's Championship Method. My meat preparation protocols copied exactly, and even my custom rub recipes presented as his flavor innovations. He's competing tomorrow at the American Royal World Series of Barbecue, and I've spent 21 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a competition barbecue pitmaster for 33 years. I started at 20 after tasting championship brisket at a local competition, became obsessed with the science and art of smoking meat, and spent over 3 decades developing techniques that won me 7 grand championships, 14 reserve grand championships, and countless category wins in brisket, ribs, pork, and chicken. Over 31 years, I perfected comprehensive methods. Brisket trimming techniques maximizing bark development while maintaining moisture, injection protocols for different meat cuts and competitions, precise temperature control systems for 12, 16-hour smoking sessions, wood selection and combination for specific flavor profiles, rub recipes balancing sweet, savory heat for different judges' palates, timing sequences ensuring everything finished perfectly for turn-in windows. I'd competed in over 400 sanctioned barbecue competitions: Kansas City Barbecue Society, Memphis in May, American Royal, hundreds of regional contests. I'd cooked thousands of briskets, tens of thousands of ribs, learned what worked through expensive failures and hard-won successes, developed methods that consistently produced championship-quality barbecue. My techniques were known in the competition barbecue world. Other pitmasters studied my methods, asked about my processes, respected my results. But I'd never written a cookbook or commercialized my recipes beyond competing. Competition barbecue was my passion, my craft, my creative outlet alongside my regular job. Trent grew up around competition barbecue, helping me prep at contests, tending smokers overnight, learning the basics. He'd seemed passionate about the craft, proud of my championships. 11 years ago, Trent, who'd been working in sales, said he wanted to start his own competition barbecue team, carrying forward the family tradition. He asked for my recipes, my techniques, my competition notes to build on what you've taught me. I gave him everything. My complete recipe book, my temperature protocols, my wood selection guide, my meat preparation sequences. I trusted him to represent our family's barbecue heritage. I didn't know Trent was presenting my 31 years of championship development as his 11-year breakthrough while claiming I'd lost my ability to taste. 21 weeks ago, I got a call from Jake Morrison, a competition judge I'd known for 20 years. He said, "I just judged a contest where Trent won grand champion. His brisket was incredible. Your exact trimming technique, your cherry hickory smoking profile, everything. But he mentioned in his acceptance speech that you lost your sense of taste and smell from COVID and can't compete or develop recipes anymore." "I'm so sorry, man. That must be devastating for a pitmaster." I was confused. I'd never had COVID. My sense of taste and smell were perfect. I'd competed in 3 contests last month and placed in the top 5 at all of them. I was actively competing and developing new techniques. I researched Trent's barbecue team. Trent's Championship Barbecue had won major titles nationwide. Sponsorships from barbecue sauce companies, smoker manufacturers, rub producers. Media coverage calling him a rising star in competition barbecue and innovator in smoking techniques. The innovative techniques were my methods I'd spent 31 years developing. His championship method? My recipes and protocols renamed. His signature cherry hickory blend? My wood combination from 2008. His precision temperature control? My protocols from years of trial and error. I found his recipe book he'd self-published for sponsors, page after page of my work. My brisket injection recipe, my rib rub formula, my chicken brine, my pork shoulder technique, my exact temperature and timing protocols. He'd built a championship barbecue career entirely on my recipes and methods, while telling the barbecue world I couldn't taste food anymore. I called Trent. I said, "Jake Morrison told me you're claiming I lost my taste and smell from COVID and can't compete." "I never had COVID. I competed last month. And your entire championship method is my recipes and techniques I've been developing for 31 years. Trent said flatly, "Dad, I've built a successful competition team. The wins are mine, regardless of where the initial recipes came from." I said, "You're presenting my 3 decades of championship barbecue development as your 11 years of innovation and lying about me losing my senses." He said coldly, "I've won major titles and built sponsorships that generate real income from barbecue. If you challenge this, you'll damage a team that's elevated competition barbecue's profile. And I have 11 years of documented wins. You're a veteran competitor claiming recipes being used by a championship team. Plus, I've positioned you as having lost your palate. Any protest about flavors or recipes will seem like someone who can't taste trying to claim credit for work they can no longer judge." I spent 21 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original recipe notebooks from 1991 to 2015 with dated competition notes and technique development records. I found my championship plaques and competition reports showing I'd been using these exact methods since before Trent started competing. I gathered testimony from pitmasters I'd competed with and judges who'd evaluated my barbecue for decades, confirming these were my signature techniques. I obtained medical records and recent COVID tests, proving I'd never had COVID, and comprehensive taste-smell testing, showing perfect sensory function. Most critically, I found Trent's original team registration forms from 11 years ago, listing me as Team Advisor, and describing the team as continuing family barbecue traditions using proven championship methods. documents acknowledging he was using my existing techniques. The American Royal World Series of Barbecue began today. 300 teams from across North America competing in the Super Bowl of barbecue. Trent's team had a premium pit location as defending champions. Competition ran all day, teams cooking brisket, ribs, pork, chicken for blind judging. Trent's team operated with precision, using my exact techniques for every category. The awards ceremony was tonight, in front of 2,000 attendees, competitors, judges, sponsors, barbecue industry professionals. Trent's team was favored to win multiple categories. Before awards began, the royal organizers made an announcement. Before we present awards, there's important information about competition integrity. A situation has come to our attention regarding recipe and technique attribution. I walked on stage. Trent's confident expression shattered. I said simply, "I'm Robert Palmer. I've been a competition pitmaster for 33 years with 7 grand championships. The techniques Trent's team used today, the brisket preparation, the wood combinations, the temperature protocols, I developed them over 31 years of competition barbecue. Every recipe, every method, every technique he's credited with perfecting came from my work that I shared with him when he started competing. Screens showed my evidence. My 1991 to 2015 recipe notebooks with dated competition notes. Championship plaques from the 1990s, 2010s showing I'd been winning with these exact techniques for decades. Medical records and taste-smell tests proving I'd never had COVID and had perfect sensory function. Detailed chemical taste discrimination testing showing I could detect subtle flavor compounds at expert levels. Video of me competing last month, precisely trimming brisket and evaluating doneness by taste and texture, demonstrating perfect sensory capabilities. Team registration forms where Trent listed me as advisor using proven family methods. Several veteran pitmasters stood. I've competed against Robert Palmer for 25 years. Those are his signature techniques: the cherry hickory blend, the brisket trim, the injection method. When Trent started winning with identical techniques, I assumed Robert was advising him. I didn't realize Trent was claiming he'd developed them himself. A major barbecue sauce sponsor spoke. We've sponsored Trent's team for $100,000 annually, believing he'd perfected innovative techniques. If these are Robert Palmer's established methods, the sponsorship was obtained under false pretenses. The royal director announced, Trent Palmer's team is disqualified from this competition and banned from KCBS-sanctioned events, pending investigation for recipe fraud and misrepresentation. Barbecue organizations revoked his team membership. Sponsors canceled contracts. His championship titles face review for potential revocation. My relationship with Trent is destroyed. He stole my life's barbecue work and fabricated sensory loss to silence me. I'm 53 years old. I spent 31 years developing championship barbecue techniques through hundreds of competitions and thousands of hours at the smoker. Trent wanted championship glory without doing the years of development work, without the failures that taught what worked, without earning the expertise. Now, everyone knows. Robert Palmer created these championship methods, and Trent Palmer stole them while lying about his father's abilities. The Royal, where he'd planned to defend his title, became his exposure and disqualification. My techniques are properly credited. My sensory capabilities confirmed. My competing continues. I still smoke championship barbecue. Trent's stolen team? Disqualified and banned. The briskets I've smoked over 33 years speak for themselves. So did the evidence. Both told the truth. Only one was honest from the start. I can taste every nuance in barbecue, the smoke, the spice, the meat quality. And I tasted victory in exposing his fraud. The smoke clears eventually. So does the truth. Both happened at the Royal. Trent wanted to be a champion. He is now champion of fraud, banned from competition. I earned my championships through decades of work. His stolen titles? Under review for stripping. The meat doesn't lie when you know how to read it. Neither does dated evidence and medical tests. Some things you can't fake. Championship-level barbecue expertise, perfect taste and smell. The truth. Trent had none of those. Now everyone knows it. Low and slow wins the competition. Truth and evidence? Same principle, same result. My barbecue still speaks for itself. Trent's career? Smoked, finished, and done. My daughter built dementia care centers on my therapeutic gardening programs. I'm exposing her at the Alzheimer's Association conference. I'm a 51-year-old father, and 19 weeks ago I discovered my daughter, Sage, 31-year-old female, has been running a chain of 5 specialized dementia care facilities for the past 9 years, receiving Alzheimer's research grants and elder care contracts for her groundbreaking therapeutic horticulture programs for cognitive preservation. Except every protocol, every garden design element, and every patient engagement technique she's credited with developing came directly from my 21 years pioneering therapeutic gardening specifically for dementia and Alzheimer's patients in memory care units. She's been telling elder care organizations and grant committees that I developed early-onset Alzheimer's disease myself at age 47, experiencing the same cognitive decline I'd spent my career trying to prevent, while using my sensory garden layouts that trigger long-term memories, my seed planting routines that build procedural memory pathways, and my harvest ritual protocols that create emotional connections when verbal memory fails. Techniques I spent over 2 decades developing through direct work with hundreds of dementia patients. I only found out because a geriatric psychiatrist I'd trained with called me, concerned, saying, "Sage is using your exact garden therapy protocols at her facilities, but she told our staff you have Alzheimer's now and can't work. I'm so sorry to hear about your diagnosis." I don't have Alzheimer's or any cognitive decline. When I investigated Sage's care facilities, I found my complete therapeutic garden curriculum repackaged as the Sage Winters Memory Garden Method. My patient engagement protocols copied exactly, and even my specific plant selections for different stages of dementia presented as her research-based innovations. She's keynoting tomorrow at the National Alzheimer's Association conference, and I've spent 19 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a horticultural therapist, specializing in dementia care for 23 years. I started at 28, after watching my father struggle with Alzheimer's, noticing that working in his garden was the only time he seemed present and calm. I became certified in horticultural therapy, specialized in geriatric care, and spent over 2 decades developing garden-based interventions specifically for people losing their memories to dementia. Over 21 years, I created comprehensive protocols, sensory gardens designed to trigger long-term memories through familiar plant scents and textures, seed planting routines that built procedural memory even when declarative memory failed, harvest rituals creating emotional connections when verbal communication broke down, specific plant selections for different dementia stages based on sensory processing changes, documentation systems tracking cognitive response to horticultural activities. I'd worked with over 500 dementia patients, people in early cognitive decline, moderate Alzheimer's, advanced dementia. I'd watched patients who couldn't remember their children's names successfully grow tomatoes through muscle memory, seen nonverbal patients smile touching lavender they'd grown decades ago, witnessed moments of clarity triggered by harvesting vegetables they'd planted months before without remembering. My work was respected in geriatric care circles. I designed therapeutic gardens for memory care units, trained activity directors in horticultural therapy, presented at Alzheimer's conferences, but I'd never built it into a business. I worked for elder care facilities, consulted on memory care garden design, trained staff. Dementia care was about the patients, not profit. Sage grew up watching me work with dementia patients, helping in therapeutic gardens, seemed moved by moments when patients connected with plants and memories. 9 years ago, Sage, who'd studied healthcare administration, said she wanted to integrate and expand therapeutic horticulture into full dementia care facilities, creating centers where garden therapy was central to treatment. She asked for my protocols, my garden designs, my patient engagement techniques to build professional facilities based on your proven methods. I gave her everything: my complete therapeutic garden curriculum, my design specifications, my activity protocols, my assessment tools. I trusted her to expand access to horticultural therapy for dementia patients. I didn't know Sage was presenting my 21 years of development as her 9-year innovation, while claiming I'd developed the very disease I'd spent my career addressing. 19 weeks ago, Dr. Patricia Ng, a geriatric psychiatrist I'd worked with developing gardens at her memory care unit, called me. She said, "I'm so sorry to hear about your diagnosis. Sage just trained our staff in your therapeutic garden protocols, but she mentioned you've developed early-onset Alzheimer's and can't work with patients anymore. How are you managing? Do you need support?" I was shocked. I didn't have Alzheimer's. I didn't have any cognitive impairment. I was currently running therapeutic garden sessions at 2 memory care facilities and consulting on 3 new garden designs. My cognitive function was completely intact. I researched Sage's care facilities. 5 specialized dementia care centers across 4 states. Alzheimer's research grants. Contracts with elder care corporations. Media coverage calling Sage a visionary in dementia care innovation, and pioneer in therapeutic horticulture for cognitive preservation. The pioneering techniques were my methods I'd spent 21 years developing. Her memory garden method? My protocols, renamed. Her sensory memory trigger gardens? My designs from 2005 to 2012. Her procedural memory planting sequences? My interventions from the early 2000s. I found her staff training materials, page after page of my work. My garden design specifications, my patient engagement protocols, my activity progressions for different dementia stages, my plant selection criteria, my cognitive assessment tools. She'd built a multi-million-dollar elder care business entirely on my therapeutic work, while telling the dementia care community I had Alzheimer's disease myself. I called Sage. I said, "Dr. Ng told me you're claiming I have early-onset Alzheimer's and can't work. I don't have Alzheimer's. I'm actively working with dementia patients, and your entire memory garden method is my therapeutic protocols I've been developing for 21 years. Sage said calmly, "Dad, I created organizational systems around therapeutic concepts. The facility's success is my achievement." I said, "You're presenting my decades of work as your 9 years of innovation and lying about me having Alzheimer's disease." She said coldly, "I've built something significant that serves more dementia patients than your consultant work ever reached. If you challenge this, you'll damage facilities providing critical elder care, and I have 9 years of institutional credibility, major grants, professional recognition. You're a consultant claiming work being done at established facilities. Plus, I've positioned you as having early-onset Alzheimer's. Any protest will seem like denial of cognitive decline, which is classic early Alzheimer's behavior. People will pity you, not believe you." I spent 19 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original therapeutic garden documentation from 2001 to 2015, with dated design notes and patient outcome data. I found published horticultural therapy journal articles presenting these techniques years before Sage's facilities existed. I gathered testimony from activity directors and geriatric care specialists I'd trained, confirming these were my methods developed through decades of dementia care work. I obtained comprehensive cognitive assessments from 3 independent neurologists, proving I had no cognitive impairment, no Alzheimer's markers, completely normal brain function for my age. Most critically, I found Sage's original business plan from 9 years ago, proposing to implement Father's proven therapeutic garden protocols through specialized dementia care facilities. A document acknowledging she was using my existing work. The National Alzheimer's Association Conference was today. 1,000 dementia care specialists, neurologists, elder care administrators, and family advocates attended. Sage was keynoting on Therapeutic Horticulture, a revolutionary approach to Alzheimer's care. Sage took the stage with photos of her garden facilities, demonstrating her methods. My sensory memory trigger gardens, my procedural memory planting routines, my harvest ritual protocols. The audience of dementia care professionals took detailed notes on the innovative approaches. Then the conference director interrupted. Before Q&A, there's essential information about these therapeutic methods development. The horticultural therapist who created this work is here. Mr. Winters, please come forward. I walked on stage. Sage's keynote confidence shattered. I said simply, "I'm Martin Winters. I'm a certified horticultural therapist specializing in dementia care for 23 years. The therapeutic garden techniques Sage demonstrated as her innovations. I developed them over 21 years of direct work with Alzheimer's and dementia patients. Every protocol, every garden design element, every patient engagement technique she presented came from my work that I shared with her to help launch her facilities. Screens showed my evidence. My 2001-2015 therapeutic garden documentation with dated patient outcome data. Published horticultural therapy articles from 2005 to 2013 presenting these exact techniques. Comprehensive cognitive assessments from 3 neurologists proving I had no Alzheimer's disease or any cognitive impairment, with detailed test results showing normal brain function. Video of me leading therapeutic garden sessions last week, demonstrating clear cognitive capacity, complex therapeutic decision-making, and effective patient engagement. Sage's business plan explicitly stating she would implement Father's proven therapeutic garden protocols. Several geriatric care specialists stood. I learned these therapeutic gardening methods from Martin Winters in 2008. When Sage's facilities appeared using these protocols, I assumed she had permission. I didn't realize she was claiming she'd developed them herself. An Alzheimer's research grant administrator spoke. We've awarded Sage's facilities $3.2 million specifically for developing innovative therapeutic horticulture for dementia care. If these are Martin Winters' established protocols, the grants were obtained fraudulently. The conference director announced, Sage Winters' keynote is terminated. Her facilities face investigation for misrepresenting therapeutic work origins and grant fraud. Alzheimer's organizations froze her funding. Elder care licensing boards launched investigations. Her facilities face potential closure. My relationship with Sage is destroyed. She stole my therapeutic work and fabricated Alzheimer's disease to silence me. I'm 51 years old. I spent 21 years developing garden therapy that helps dementia patients maintain connection and dignity as memory fades. Sage wanted recognition without doing the patient care work, without years of watching people lose themselves to dementia, without developing interventions through actual therapeutic practice. Now everyone knows. Martin Winters created these methods through decades of dementia care work, and Sage Winters stole them while lying about her father having the disease he dedicated his career to addressing. The conference, where she'd planned her triumph, became her exposure. My therapeutic work is properly credited. My cognitive health confirmed. My work continues. I still help dementia patients find connection through gardening. Sage's stolen elder care empire, investigated and collapsing. The patients I've worked with found moments of clarity touching plants. The truth brought clarity to Sage's fraud. Gardens grow through patient care over time. So does therapeutic expertise. So did the evidence that destroyed her lies. I help people whose memories are fading. Ironically, I remember everything, including every protocol she stole. The gardens I design help dementia patients hold on to pieces of themselves. The truth held on to every piece of evidence until it was time. Some things don't fade. Therapeutic protocols properly documented. Cognitive assessments proving health. The truth. Her lies? Those faded quickly under scrutiny, just like she claimed my mind would. But my mind is clear. Her future? That's what's fading now. The dementia patients I serve deserve authentic care. The truth deserved authentic telling. Both happened. My daughter built Olympic coaching on my figure skating methods. I'm exposing her at the Olympic Training Center. I'm a 48-year-old mother, and 26 weeks ago I discovered my daughter, Sienna, 28-year-old female, has been running an elite figure skating coaching academy for the past 6 years, training national champions and Olympic hopefuls with methods she's credited with developing. Except every technique, every jump progression, and every mental training protocol came directly from my 24 years pioneering figure skating instruction that combined technical precision with artistic interpretation and psychological resilience. She's been telling skating federations and Olympic committees that I suffered a traumatic brain injury from a serious fall on ice in 2018, leaving me with permanent balance issues and vertigo that make it medically impossible to be on ice or coach skating anymore. While using my edge work progressions for jump preparation, my visualization techniques for competition nerves, and my artistic interpretation methods that I spent over 2 decades developing through coaching hundreds of skaters from beginners to international competitors. I only found out because a skating judge I'd worked with for 15 years saw Sienna coaching at nationals and called me shocked, saying, "She's teaching your exact Lutz entry technique and your performance psychology methods, but she told everyone you can't skate anymore because of a head injury. Are you managing okay with the vertigo?" I've never had a head injury and my balance is perfect. When I investigated Sienna's academy, I found my complete coaching manual repackaged as the Sienna Craft Method. My training progressions copied exactly, and even my off-ice conditioning protocols presented as her innovations. She's coaching tomorrow at the U.S. Olympic Figure Skating Training Center, and I've spent 26 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a figure skating coach for 26 years. I started at 22 after competing nationally through college, became passionate about coaching when I helped younger skaters at my rink, got certified in coaching and sports psychology, and spent over 2 decades developing comprehensive training methods that addressed technical skills, artistic expression, and mental toughness required for elite competition. Over 24 years, I created detailed protocols, edge work progressions teaching proper technique for all jumps from single to triple, artistic interpretation methods helping skaters convey emotion and tell stories through movement, visualization and mental training for competition pressure, off-ice conditioning specific to skating demands, choreography approaches balancing technical requirements with artistic impact, injury prevention protocols for common skating injuries. I'd coached over 300 skaters, recreational learners, competitive skaters, national competitors, a few who'd competed internationally. I'd developed training methods that produced consistent technical improvement while nurturing artistic growth, helping skaters become complete performers, not just jump technicians. My coaching was respected in the skating community. I'd trained other coaches, presented at skating symposia, served on technical committees. But I'd worked at local rinks and through private coaching, never built an academy. Skating coaching was about the athletes, not institutions. Sienna grew up around skating, training with me through junior levels, learning coaching basics, seemed passionate about the sport. 6 years ago, Sienna, who'd competed nationally and studied sports management, said she wanted to open an elite coaching academy, bringing professional training methods to aspiring champions. She asked for my coaching manuals, my training progressions, my mental training protocols to build an academy based on your proven methods. I gave her everything. My complete coaching curriculum, my technical progressions, my psychology techniques, my choreography approaches. I trusted her to maintain the coaching standards I'd developed. I didn't know Sienna was presenting my 24 years of coaching development as her 6-year innovation, while claiming I'd had a brain injury and couldn't coach anymore. 26 weeks ago, I got a call from Patricia Yamamoto, a national-level judge I'd known for 15 years. She said, "I saw Sienna coaching at nationals last week. She's teaching your exact Lutz entry technique and your mental visualization protocols. I recognized them immediately. But she told officials you suffered a traumatic brain injury from falling on ice in 2018, that you have permanent balance problems and vertigo that ended your skating and coaching career. I'm so sorry that happened. How are you managing with the symptoms? I was stunned. I'd never had a brain injury. I'd never had a serious fall causing head trauma. I skated regularly and coached on ice just last week. My balance was perfect, no vertigo, no neurological issues. I researched Siena's Academy. Craft Elite Figure Skating Academy, training national champions and Olympic hopefuls. Federation endorsements. Athletes qualifying for international competitions. Media coverage calling Siena a next-generation coaching innovator and technical and artistic visionary. The visionary methods were my techniques I'd spent 24 years developing. Her craft method? My coaching systems renamed. Her artistic interpretation approach? My methods from the early 2000s. Her jump technique progressions? My edge work sequences I'd refined over decades. I found her coaching manuals distributed to students, page after page of my work. My Lutz entry technique, my axle preparation drills, my spin progressions, my visualization scripts, my choreography philosophy, my competition mental training. She'd built an elite coaching academy entirely on my methods, while telling the skating world I had brain damage preventing ice work. I called Siena. I said, "Patricia Yamamoto told me you're claiming I have a traumatic brain injury from a fall and can't skate or coach. That never happened. I coached on ice last week, and your entire craft method is my coaching system I've been developing for 24 years. Siena said calmly, "Mom, I built a successful academy delivering elite coaching. The business achievement is mine." I said, "You're presenting my decades of coaching development as your 6 years of innovation, and lying about me having permanent brain damage." She said coldly, "I've built something significant that trains champions at levels you never reached with your local rink coaching. If you challenge this, you'll damage an academy producing national team members. And I have 6 years of competitive results, federation recognition, Olympic-bound athletes. You're a local rink coach claiming work being done at an elite academy. Plus, I've positioned you as having balance and vertigo issues. If you try to prove you can still skate, people will think you're irresponsibly risking another fall, which makes you look reckless, not credible." I spent 26 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original coaching documentation from 1998 to 2015, with dated training progression notes and athlete development records. I found published coaching articles presenting these techniques years before Siena's Academy existed. I gathered testimony from coaches I'd trained and judges who'd evaluated my skaters, confirming these were my methods. I obtained comprehensive neurological evaluations and balance testing, proving I'd never had traumatic brain injury, with brain imaging showing no injury history and vestibular testing showing perfect balance function. Most powerfully, I found Siena's original academy charter from 6 years ago, stating she would provide elite figure skating coaching using Mother's proven training methods. Documents acknowledging she was using my existing work. Siena was coaching tomorrow at the U.S. Olympic Figure Skating Training Center in Colorado Springs, working with athletes preparing for Olympic trials. Federation officials, Olympic committee members, and elite coaches would be observing. I contacted U.S. Figure Skating with my evidence. They verified documentation and agreed to address the situation at the training center. The Olympic Training Center was filled with elite skaters, coaches, and federation officials. Siena was on ice coaching 3 Olympic hopefuls through my exact jump technique progressions and artistic interpretation methods. Before the training session continued, the U.S. figure skating director called everyone off ice. "Before we proceed, there's a critical coaching integrity issue. The coach who developed the training methods being used today is here." I stepped onto the ice in full skating gear and skated to center ice with perfect balance and control. Sienna's coaching confidence shattered. I said to the assembled skaters, coaches, and officials, "I'm Jennifer Kraft. I've been a figure skating coach for 26 years. The training techniques Sienna is implementing today, the jump progressions, the artistic methods, the mental training, I developed them over 24 years of coaching. Every technique, every progression, every method she's credited with creating came from my coaching work that I shared with her when she opened her academy. Screens showed my evidence. My 1998 to 2015 coaching documentation with dated training progression notes. Published coaching articles from 2005 to 2013 presenting these exact techniques. Neurological evaluations and balance testing proving I'd never had traumatic brain injury. Brain MRI showing no injury history. Vestibular function tests showing perfect balance. Neuropsychological testing showing normal cognitive and motor function. Video of me skating and coaching on ice last week, executing jumps, demonstrating technique, showing perfect balance and no vertigo symptoms. Academy charter where Sienna stated she would use Mother's proven coaching methods. Several elite coaches spoke. I learned these jump technique progressions from Jennifer Kraft in 2007. When Sienna's academy appeared using identical methods, I assumed she had permission. I didn't realize she was claiming she'd developed them. A U.S. figure skating official said, "We've endorsed Kraft Academy and recommended athletes train there specifically because we believed Sienna had developed innovative coaching methods. If these are Jennifer Kraft's established techniques, we need to reevaluate this endorsement." U.S. Figure Skating suspended Kraft Academy's federation endorsement pending investigation. Olympic Committee withdrew training center access. National team families began withdrawing athletes. My relationship with Sienna is destroyed. She stole my coaching life's work and fabricated brain injury to silence me. I'm 48 years old. I spent 24 years developing figure skating coaching methods that help athletes achieve technical excellence and artistic expression. Sienna wanted recognition without doing the years of coaching development, without refining techniques through hundreds of athletes. Now everyone knows. Jennifer Kraft created these coaching methods, and Sienna Kraft stole them while lying about her mother's health. The Olympic Training Center where she'd planned to showcase elite coaching became her exposure. My coaching work is properly credited, my neurological health confirmed. My coaching continues. I still coach figure skaters. Sienna's stolen academy? Under investigation and losing athletes. The athletes I've coached learned to land jumps through my progressions. The truth landed just as precisely. I skated to center ice to expose her fraud. Perfect balance, perfect control, perfect timing. The same skills I teach skaters. Applied to justice instead of jumps. Both succeeded. Figure skating requires balance, precision, and grace under pressure. So does exposing fraud. I have all three. Sienna had none. The ice showed the difference. I've spent 26 years teaching skaters to stick their landings. The investigation stuck its landing too. Sienna fell. Not on ice. On lies. Both hurt. Only one was her own fault. The ice doesn't lie about who can skate and who can't. The evidence doesn't lie about who created what. I'm still on the ice. Sienna's off it. Permanently, in terms of elite coaching. Balance, precision, artistry. Figure skating demands all three. So does truth. I delivered both. Sienna claimed I lost my balance. She lost everything else. Fair trade from justice's perspective. The skaters I've trained perform under pressure. I performed under pressure at the training center. 26 years of coaching showed. 6 years of fraud ended. Both in front of the right audience. Olympic dreams require truth, dedication, and honest work. Sienna offered fraud instead. The Olympic Committee doesn't accept that. Neither did the investigation. Neither do I. I'm still coaching, still skating, still standing. Sienna? Still lying, still falling, still finished. The ice is clear about that now. So is everyone else. My daughter built dance studios on my ballroom methods. I'm exposing her at the national championships. I'm a 52-year-old father, and 27 weeks ago, I discovered my daughter, Vivian, 30-year-old female, has been running a chain of 3 professional ballroom dance studios for the past 7 years, training competitive dancers and securing partnerships with dance federations for her revolutionary partnering and choreography methods. Except every technique, every lead-follow progression, and every competition strategy she's credited with developing came directly from my 28 years pioneering ballroom dance instruction that combined technical precision with emotional connection and musical interpretation. She's been telling dance organizations and competition judges that I developed severe rheumatoid arthritis that destroyed the joints in my hands and feet, making it medically impossible to dance or demonstrate technique anymore. While using my weight transfer techniques for seamless leading, my musical phrasing methods for choreography, and my partner connection protocols that I spent nearly 3 decades developing through teaching thousands of dancers from beginners to professional competitors. I only found out because a former student I'd coached to national finals called me, confused, saying, "I saw Vivian teaching at a competition. She's demonstrating your exact natural turn technique and your tango connection method. But she told everyone you can't dance because of crippling arthritis in your joints. What happened?" I don't have rheumatoid arthritis, and my joints are healthy. When I investigated Vivian's studios, I found my complete teaching curriculum repackaged as the Vivian Drake Method. My competition prep strategies copied exactly, and even my musicality training protocols presented as her innovations. She's coaching tomorrow at the U.S. National Ballroom Dance Championships, and I've spent 27 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a professional ballroom dance instructor for 30 years. I started at 22 after discovering competitive ballroom in college, fell in love with the artistry and athleticism, competed professionally for years, then transitioned to teaching and spent 3 decades developing comprehensive instruction methods for social and competitive ballroom dancing. Over 28 years, I created detailed protocols, lead-follow technique progressions, teaching partners to move as one unit, weight transfer methods, creating seamless transitions, frame and posture development for different dance styles, musical interpretation approaches, helping dancers express music through movement, choreography strategies, balancing technical requirements with artistic expression, competition preparation for managing pressure and judges' scrutiny, partnership dynamics, training for navigating the unique challenges of dancing with another person. I'd taught over 2,000 students, social dancers learning for enjoyment, competitive amateurs, professional competitors. I'd coached dozens of couples to national championships, seen partnerships transform through my teaching methods, helped dancers achieve technical excellence while maintaining artistic authenticity. My teaching was respected in the ballroom community. I'd trained other instructors, judged competitions, presented at dance congresses. But I'd worked at local studios and through private instruction, never built my own studio chain. Ballroom teaching was about the dancers, not business empires. Vivian grew up around ballroom dancing, competing as a junior, learning teaching basics, seemed passionate about dance. 7 years ago, Vivian, who'd competed nationally and studied dance pedagogy, said she wanted to open professional studios, bringing elite ballroom instruction to more dancers. She asked for my teaching manuals, my technical progressions, my choreography methods to build studios based on your proven techniques. I gave her everything. My complete curriculum, my lead-follow progressions, my musicality training, my competition strategies. I trusted her to maintain the teaching standards I'd developed. I didn't know Vivian was presenting my 28 years of development as her 7-year innovation while claiming I had crippling arthritis preventing dance. 27 weeks ago, I got a call from Marcus Reeves, a dancer I'd coached to national finals in 2012. He said, I saw Vivian teaching at a regional competition last weekend. She's demonstrating your exact natural turn technique and your tango connection method. I recognized them immediately from training with you. But she told the whole competition community you developed severe rheumatoid arthritis that destroyed your hand and foot joints, that you can't dance or demonstrate anymore. I had no idea that happened. How are you managing with the arthritis? I was completely shocked. I didn't have rheumatoid arthritis. I had no joint disease. I'd competed in a Pro-Am showcase last month, dancing multiple routines. My joints were healthy and fully functional. I researched Vivian's studios. Drake Dance Studios with 3 locations training competitive ballroom dancers. Dance Federation partnerships. Competition success with students winning regional and national titles. Media coverage calling Vivian a visionary in ballroom pedagogy and innovator in partner dance training. The innovative training was my methods I'd spent 28 years developing. Her Drake method? My teaching systems, renamed. Her revolutionary partnering technique? My lead-follow progressions from the 1990s to 2000s. Her musical choreography approach? My methods refined over decades. I found her instructor training manuals, page after page of my work, my weight transfer techniques, my frame development exercises, my musicality drills, my competition preparation protocols, my partnership communication methods. She'd built a multi-studio dance business entirely on my teaching methods, while telling the ballroom world I had debilitating arthritis. I called Vivian. I said, "Marcus Reeves told me you're claiming I have rheumatoid arthritis in my hands and feet and can't dance. That's false. I competed last month, and your entire Drake method is my teaching curriculum I've been developing for 28 years. Vivian said smoothly, "Dad, I built successful studios delivering professional instruction. The business achievement is mine." I said, "You're presenting my decades of teaching development as your 7 years of innovation and lying about me having crippling joint disease." She said coldly, "I've built something significant that trains more competitive dancers than your private lessons ever reached. If you challenge this, you'll damage studios producing championship dancers. And I have 7 years of competition results, federation partnerships, professional credibility. You're a private instructor claiming work being done at established studios. Plus, I've positioned you as having severe arthritis. If you try to prove you can still dance, people will think you're hiding pain or being reckless with damaged joints, which makes you look desperate, not credible." I spent 27 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original teaching documentation from 1994 to 2015 with dated technique notes and student progression records. I found published dance instruction articles presenting these methods years before Vivian's studios existed. I gathered testimony from instructors I'd trained and competition judges who'd evaluated my students, confirming these were my teaching methods. I obtained comprehensive rheumatology evaluations and joint imaging, proving I had no rheumatoid arthritis, with X-rays and MRI showing healthy joints with no disease damage, and clinical assessments showing normal joint function. Most critically, I found Vivian's original studio business plans from 7 years ago, stating she would provide professional ballroom instruction using father's proven teaching methods. Documents acknowledging she was using my existing work. The U.S. National Ballroom Dance Championships began today. 500 competitive couples from across the country competing in standard and Latin divisions. Vivian was coaching 3 championship-level couples using my exact techniques. Competition ran all day. Couples performing waltzes, tangos, foxtrots, quick steps in standard, cha-chas, sambas, rumbas, paso dobles, jives in Latin. Vivian's students executed my precise lead-follow techniques and musical interpretation methods. Before the evening finals, the championship organizers made an announcement. Before finals begin, there's an important matter regarding teaching integrity and attribution. I walked onto the competition floor in full, formal ballroom attire with a professional dance partner. Vivian's confident coaching expression dissolved. I said to the assembled dancers, judges, and officials, "I'm Richard Drake. I've been a professional ballroom instructor for 30 years. The techniques Vivian's students are executing today, the lead-follow mechanics, the musical interpretation, the partnership connection, I developed them over 28 years of teaching. Every technique, every progression, every method she's credited with creating came from my teaching work that I shared with her when she opened her studios." Screens showed my evidence. My 1994-2015 teaching documentation with dated technique development notes. Published ballroom instruction articles from 2001-2013 presenting these exact methods. Rheumatology evaluations and joint imaging proving I had no rheumatoid arthritis. X-rays showing healthy joints with no disease erosion. MRI confirming no inflammatory arthritis. Clinical assessments showing full range of motion and normal joint function. Then I performed. My partner and I danced a full Viennese waltz routine on the championship floor, executing the precise lead-follow technique, weight transfers, and musical interpretation that Vivian claimed as her innovations. Perfect frame, seamless partnering, complex footwork requiring healthy joints. The ballroom community watched in silence as I demonstrated complete dance capability with no joint limitations, no arthritis, perfect technical execution. Studio business plans where Vivian stated she would use father's proven teaching methods. Several ballroom instructors spoke. I learned these lead-follow techniques from Richard Drake in 2006. When Vivian's studios appeared using identical methods, I assumed she had permission. I didn't realize she was claiming she'd developed them. A Dance Federation official said, "We've partnered with Drake Studios and recommended dancers train there specifically because we believed Vivian had developed innovative teaching methods. If these are Richard Drake's established techniques, we need to reconsider this partnership." The championship organizers announced, "Drake Dance Studios Federation partnership is suspended pending investigation. Students coached by Vivian Drake may compete today, but the studio faces scrutiny for teaching attribution fraud." Dance federations suspended partnerships. Competition judges noted the fraud concerns. Students began withdrawing from her studios. My relationship with Vivian is destroyed. She stole my teaching life's work and fabricated arthritis to silence me. I'm 52 years old. I spent 28 years developing ballroom teaching methods that help dancers achieve technical excellence and artistic expression through partnership. Vivian wanted recognition without doing the decades of teaching refinement, without developing methods through thousands of students. Now everyone knows. Richard Drake created these teaching methods, and Vivian Drake stole them while lying about her father's health. The national championships, where she'd planned to showcase her coaching, became her exposure. My teaching work is properly credited, my joint health confirmed. My instruction continues. I still teach ballroom dancing. Vivian's stolen studios? Under investigation and losing students. The dancers I've taught learned to lead and follow through my techniques. The truth led, the evidence followed. I danced a Viennese waltz at the national championships. Perfect technique, healthy joints, no arthritis. Every step proved her lies. Every movement exposed her fraud. The dance told the truth. Ballroom requires partnership, trust, and honest connection. Vivian offered none of those. The dance community demands all three. She provided fraud instead. I've spent 30 years teaching dancers to move together. The investigation moved against her with the same precision. Lead and follow. She led with lies. The truth followed with evidence. Only one succeeded. Ballroom dancing requires healthy joints, precise movement, and authentic partnership. I have all three. Vivian's career? None of those. Just lies that couldn't withstand the scrutiny of a competition floor performance. I'm still dancing, still teaching, still moving. Vivian's studios? Still lying, still losing, still finished. The music played. I danced. The truth won. The championship floor became a courtroom. Justice led that dance perfectly. My son built urban beekeeping companies on my apiary methods. I'm exposing him at the International Beekeepers Congress. I'm a 50-year-old mother, and 23 weeks ago I discovered my son, Asher, 31 Unail, has been running a chain of 4 urban beekeeping consultation companies for the past 9 years, securing contracts with cities, schools, and environmental organizations for his revolutionary urban apiary management and community beekeeping education programs. Except every technique, every hive design, and every educational protocol he's credited with developing came directly from my 27 years pioneering urban beekeeping, creating methods that allowed city dwellers to keep bees safely and productively while educating communities about pollinator conservation. He's been telling environmental organizations and municipal contracts that I developed life-threatening anaphylactic reactions to bee stings after being stung repeatedly during a hive emergency in 2015, making it medically impossible for me to work with bees anymore. While using my small-space hive designs for urban environments, my swarm prevention protocols for densely populated areas, and my community education curriculum that I spent nearly 3 decades developing through managing hundreds of urban hives and teaching thousands of new beekeepers. I only found out because a beekeeper I'd mentored in 2010 saw Asher give a TEDx talk and emailed me concerned, saying, "He's demonstrating your exact top bar hive design and your swarm management technique, but he said you can't keep bees anymore because you developed severe allergies. Are you okay without the bees?" I've never had an allergic reaction to bee stings in 27 years. When I investigated Asher's companies, I found my complete beekeeping curriculum repackaged as the Asher Cole Urban Hive Method. My hive designs copied exactly, and even my community workshop lesson plans presented as his educational innovations. He's keynoting tomorrow at the International Beekeepers Congress, and I've spent 23 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been an urban beekeeper and apiary educator for 29 years. I started at 21 after reading about colony collapse disorder and urban agriculture movements, became fascinated with bringing beekeeping to cities, got certified in beekeeping and environmental education, and spent nearly 3 decades developing methods specifically for keeping bees safely in urban environments while teaching city residents about pollinator conservation. Over 27 years, I created comprehensive protocols, small space hive designs for rooftops and backyards, swarm prevention and management for densely populated areas, neighbor relations protocols addressing urban beekeeping concerns, seasonal management adapted to heat islands and urban microclimates, community education curricula teaching beginner urban beekeepers, school programs introducing children to pollinator conservation, honey harvesting methods for small urban apiaries. I'd managed over 200 urban hive installations, rooftop apiaries on apartment buildings, backyard hives in residential neighborhoods, school garden hives, community garden apiaries. I'd taught over 2,000 urban beekeepers through workshops and certification programs, helped dozens of cities develop urban beekeeping ordinances, created educational programs used in schools across multiple states. My methods were known in urban agriculture and beekeeping circles. I'd trained beekeepers internationally, developed certification courses, presented at environmental education conferences. But I'd never commercialized it into a consulting business beyond my teaching cooperative. I worked through a nonprofit beekeeping education center, managed community apiaries, trained new beekeepers. Urban beekeeping was about environmental stewardship and community education, not profit. Asher grew up around bees and urban apiaries, helping me inspect hives, learning beekeeping basics, seemed enthusiastic about pollinator conservation. 9 years ago, Asher, who'd studied environmental business, said he wanted to professionalize and scale urban beekeeping consultation, create companies helping cities and schools implement beekeeping programs. He asked for my hive designs, my management protocols, my educational materials to build professional services based on your proven methods. I gave him everything. My complete curriculum, my hive designs, my swarm protocols, my community education programs. I trusted him to expand urban beekeeping access. I didn't know Asher was presenting my 27 years of development as his 9-year innovation, while claiming I'd developed life-threatening bee allergies and couldn't work with bees anymore. 23 weeks ago, I got an email from Sarah Chen, an urban beekeeper I'd mentored in 2010. She wrote, "I just watched Asher's TEDx talk about urban beekeeping. He's demonstrating your top bar hive design and your swarm management technique exactly. But he said during the talk that you developed severe allergic reactions to bee stings and can't keep bees anymore for medical reasons." I had no idea. I'm so sorry you can't work with the bees anymore. That must be devastating. I was completely confused. I'd never developed bee sting allergies. I'd been stung hundreds of times over 27 years with normal, minor reactions. I'd worked in my apiaries yesterday, inspecting hives without issue. I was actively keeping bees and teaching. I researched Asher's companies. 4 urban beekeeping consultation firms across different regions providing hive installations, management services, educational programs, municipal contracts with city environmental departments, school partnerships, media coverage calling Asher an urban agriculture innovator and pioneer in city beekeeping methods. The pioneering methods were my techniques I'd spent 27 years developing. His urban hive method, my protocols, renamed. His small space top bar hive, my design from 2006. His urban swarm prevention, my management techniques from the early 2000s. I found his consulting materials and client training guides, page after page of my work. My hive designs with exact measurements, my swarm management protocols, my neighbor relations templates, my seasonal management calendars, my school curriculum lesson plans. He'd built a multi-city consulting business entirely on my methods, while telling the beekeeping community I had life-threatening allergies preventing bee work. I called Asher. I said, "Sarah Chen told me you're claiming I developed severe bee sting allergies and can't keep bees. That's completely false. I'm not allergic. I worked in my hives yesterday. And your entire urban hive method is my beekeeping protocols I've been developing for 27 years. Asher said calmly, "Mom, I created a viable business model around beekeeping services. The commercial success is my achievement." I said, "You're presenting my decades of work as your 9 years of innovation and lying about me having life-threatening allergies." He said coldly, "I've built something significant that brings urban beekeeping to more cities than your nonprofit ever reached. If you challenge this, you'll damage companies doing important pollinator conservation work. And I have 9 years of municipal contracts, school partnerships, professional credibility. You're a nonprofit educator claiming work being done by established consulting firms. Plus, I've positioned you as having severe allergies. If you try to prove you can work with bees, people will think you're irresponsibly risking anaphylaxis, which makes you look reckless, not credible." I spent 23 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original beekeeping documentation from 1995 to 2015, with dated hive design sketches and protocol development notes. I found published urban agriculture articles presenting these techniques years before Asher's companies existed. I gathered testimony from urban beekeepers I'd trained and environmental educators I'd collaborated with, confirming these were my methods. I obtained comprehensive allergy testing from 2 allergists, proving I had no bee venom allergy, with detailed immunology panels showing normal reactions to bee stings, not allergic responses. Most powerfully, I found Asher's original business plans from 9 years ago, stating he would provide professional urban beekeeping services using Mother's proven hive management and education methods. Documents acknowledging he was using my existing work. The International Beekeepers Congress was today. 900 beekeepers, apiarists, pollinator researchers, and environmental educators from 40 countries attended. Asher was keynoting on Urban Beekeeping, Innovative Methods for City Apiaries. Asher took the stage with photos of his urban hive installations, demonstrating his methods. My top bar hive designs, my swarm prevention protocols, my community education approaches. The audience of beekeeping professionals took detailed notes on the innovative techniques. Then the Congress director interrupted. Before Q&A, there's essential information about these methods' development. The beekeeper who created this work is here. Ms. Cole, please come forward. I walked on stage wearing my beekeeping veil and carrying hive tools. Asher's keynote confidence shattered. I said simply, "I'm Rebecca Cole. I've been an urban beekeeper and educator for 29 years. The techniques Asher demonstrated as his innovations, I developed them over 27 years of managing urban apiaries and teaching city beekeepers. Every hive design, every management protocol, every educational method he presented came from my work that I shared with him to help launch his companies." Screens showed my evidence. My 1995 to 2015 beekeeping documentation with dated hive design sketches and protocol development. Published urban agriculture articles from 2003 to 2012, presenting these exact techniques. Allergy test results from 2 allergists proving I had no bee venom allergy. Detailed immunology panels showing I had normal, non-allergic responses to bee stings with no risk of anaphylaxis. Recent video of me working in hives yesterday, being stung during inspection, continuing work with normal minor reaction, demonstrating I had no allergic condition preventing bee work. Business plans where Asher explicitly stated he would use Mother's proven beekeeping methods. Several urban beekeepers stood. I learned these hive designs and swarm protocols from Rebecca Cole in 2008. When Asher's companies appeared using identical methods, I assumed he had permission. I didn't realize he was claiming he'd developed them himself. A city environmental director spoke. "We've contracted with Asher's company for $400,000 in urban beekeeping services specifically because we believed he'd developed innovative methods for city apiaries. If these are Rebecca Cole's established techniques, the contract was obtained under false pretenses." The Congress director announced, "Asher Cole's keynote is terminated. His companies face investigation for misrepresenting work origins and contract fraud. Municipal agencies froze contracts. Beekeeping organizations launched investigations. His companies face potential shutdown. My relationship with Asher is destroyed. He stole my beekeeping work and fabricated allergies to silence me. I'm 50 years old. I spent 27 years developing urban beekeeping methods that bring pollinators to cities while teaching communities about conservation. Asher wanted recognition without doing the years of hive management, without developing techniques through actual urban beekeeping practice. Now everyone knows. Rebecca Cole created these methods through decades of urban beekeeping, and Asher Cole stole them while lying about his mother's health. The Congress where he'd planned his triumph became his exposure. My beekeeping work is properly credited. My health confirmed. My apiaries continue. I still keep bees and teach urban beekeeping. Asher's stolen companies? Investigated and collapsing. The bees I've kept for 29 years don't lie about their keeper. Neither did the evidence. I've been stung hundreds of times building my expertise. The truth stung Asher's fraud just as effectively. Bees are honest workers. The truth worked honestly too. Asher's lies? Neither honest nor working anymore. I can work a hive without protection when needed. I exposed his fraud without hesitation when needed. Both require courage and knowing what you're doing. I had both. He had neither. The hives I manage produce honey through patient work. The investigation produced truth through patient evidence gathering. Both take time. Both produce results. Only one is sweet. The other destroyed a career. Bees defend their hive when threatened. I defended my work when stolen. Both succeeded. The queen bee is the heart of the hive. The truth was the heart of my case. Both are irreplaceable and undeniable. Asher wanted to be king of urban beekeeping. He forgot. There are no kings in beekeeping, only workers and drones. He proved which one he was. And drones get expelled from the hive eventually. The hive survives. The fraud doesn't. Nature's honest that way. So is justice. My daughter built a stunt company on my safety protocols. I'm exposing her on a Marvel film set. I'm a 49-year-old father, and 24 weeks ago I discovered my daughter, Maya, 30-year-old female, has been running a successful stunt coordination company for the past 8 years, coordinating action sequences for major films and TV shows with contracts worth millions. Except every safety protocol, every rigging technique, and every stunt choreography method she's credited with developing came directly from my 26 years as a stunt coordinator, creating the safety systems that keep performers alive during dangerous film work. She's been telling production companies and stunt performers that I suffered catastrophic injuries during a stunt gone wrong in 2016, leaving me with chronic pain and mobility limitations that ended my stunt career. While using my wire rigging safety calculations, my fall choreography protocols, and my performer assessment systems that I spent over 2 decades developing through coordinating hundreds of action sequences without a single serious injury. I only found out because a stunt performer I'd trained in 2011 called me after working on Maya's latest film saying, "She's using your exact safety check sequences and your rigging math, but she told the crew you're disabled from a botched stunt and can't work anymore. I'm really sorry that happened to you." I've never had a serious stunt injury in 26 years. When I investigated Maya's company, I found my complete stunt coordination manual repackaged as the Maya Chen Safety First method. My rigging calculations copied exactly, and even my performer warm-up protocols presented as her innovations. She's coordinating tomorrow on a major Marvel film production, and I've spent 24 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a stunt coordinator for 28 years. I started at 21 as a stunt performer doing falls and fights, worked my way up to coordinating entire action sequences, and spent over 2 decades developing comprehensive safety protocols that became industry standards for protecting performers during dangerous stunts. Over 26 years, I created detailed systems, wire rigging calculations ensuring performer safety at different heights and speeds, fall choreography protocols minimizing injury risk, fight coordination methods balancing realism with safety, vehicle stunt safety procedures, fire stunt protocols, performer physical assessment systems identifying who could safely attempt specific stunts, pre-stunt safety checks preventing equipment failures, emergency response plans for when stunts went wrong despite precautions. I'd coordinated over 150 films and TV shows, action movies, superhero films, crime dramas, anything requiring dangerous physical work. I'd rigged wire work for actors flying through explosions, choreographed multi-story falls, coordinated car chases and crashes, supervised fire stunts. In 26 years, I'd never had a performer seriously injured on my watch, because my safety protocols were comprehensive and strictly enforced. My methods were respected in the stunt community. I'd trained coordinators, developed industry safety standards, served on safety committees. But I'd worked as an independent coordinator taking film contracts, never building a company beyond my small crew. Stunt work was about keeping performers safe, not building business empires. Maya grew up around film sets, watching stunt coordination, learning safety basics, seemed fascinated by the technical precision. 8 years ago, Maya, who'd done some stunt performing and studied film production, said she wanted to start a stunt coordination company, bringing professional safety standards to more productions. She asked for my coordination manuals, my safety protocols, my rigging calculations to build a company based on your proven methods. I gave her everything, my complete safety systems, my rigging math, my assessment protocols, my choreography methods. I trusted her to maintain the safety standards I'd spent decades developing. I didn't know Maya was presenting my 26 years of safety development as her 8-year innovation, while claiming I'd been catastrophically injured and couldn't work anymore. 24 weeks ago, I got a call from Jason Torres, a stunt performer I'd trained in wire work in 2011. He said, "I just finished a film coordinated by Maya. She's using your exact safety check sequences and your rigging calculations. I recognized them immediately. But she told the whole crew you're disabled from a stunt accident in 2016, that you have chronic pain and mobility issues that ended your career. I had no idea that happened. How are you managing with the injuries?" I was stunned. I'd never had a catastrophic stunt injury. I'd never had any serious injury from stunts. I'd coordinated a car chase sequence for a Netflix show last month. I was actively working, completely mobile, no chronic pain. I researched Maya's stunt company. Chen Stunt Coordination had major film contracts, Marvel Productions, action franchises, high-budget TV series. Industry recognition for safety innovation. Media coverage calling Maya a next-generation stunt coordinator pioneering safety-first approaches. The pioneering safety approaches were my protocols I'd spent 26 years developing. Her safety-first method? My systems, renamed. Her rigging safety calculations? My math from years of physics and engineering study. Her performer assessment protocols? My methods from decades of evaluating which performers could safely attempt which stunts. I found her coordination manuals she distributed to crew, page after page of my work, my pre-stunt safety checklists, my rigging diagrams with my calculations, my emergency response procedures, my performer warm-up sequences, my stunt breakdown methods. She'd built a multi-million-dollar stunt company entirely on my safety systems, while telling the film industry I was disabled from injuries. I called Maya. I said, "Jason Torres told me you're claiming I'm disabled from a 2016 stunt accident. That never happened. I coordinated a car chase last month. And your entire safety-first method is my coordination protocols I've been developing for 26 years. Maya said evenly, "Dad, I built a successful business delivering stunt coordination services. The company's success is my achievement." I said, "You're presenting my decades of safety development as your 8 years of innovation and lying about me being catastrophically injured." She said coldly, "I've built something significant that coordinates more productions than you ever did working solo. If you challenge this, you'll damage a company that keeps performers safe. And I have 8 years of major film contracts, industry recognition, professional credibility. You're an independent coordinator claiming work being done by an established company. Plus, I've positioned you as disabled from stunt injuries. If you try to prove you can still coordinate, people will think you're hiding chronic pain or being reckless about your limitations, which makes you look unsafe, not credible." I spent 24 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original coordination documentation from 1996 to 2015 with dated safety protocol development and rigging calculation notes. I found industry safety committee minutes showing I'd presented these protocols years before Maya's company existed. I gathered testimony from stunt coordinators I'd trained and performers who'd worked under my safety systems, confirming these were my methods. I obtained comprehensive medical examinations from sports medicine doctors, proving I had no chronic pain, no mobility limitations, no history of serious stunt injuries, with physical assessments showing excellent strength and flexibility for coordinating work. Most critically, I found Maya's original company formation documents from 8 years ago, stating she would provide professional stunt coordination using father's proven safety systems. Documents acknowledging she was using my existing work. Maya was coordinating a major stunt sequence tomorrow on a Marvel film production. A building explosion with wire work, multiple performers, complex choreography, hundreds of crew on set, Marvel executives observing, high-budget production where safety was paramount. I contacted Marvel Studios with my evidence. They verified documentation and agreed to let me address the situation on set before the stunt sequence. The production set was massive, 100-plus crew, multiple cameras, the rigged building ready for explosion. Maya was coordinating the sequence, running through her safety-first method safety checks. Actually, my safety protocols from my coordination manual. Before the stunt rehearsal began, the Marvel production supervisor called everyone together. Before we proceed with this sequence, there's a safety protocol issue that must be addressed. The coordinator who developed the safety systems being used today is here. I walked onto the set in full coordinator gear. Maya's professional confidence collapsed. I said to the assembled crew and executives, "I'm David Chen. I've been a stunt coordinator for 28 years. The safety protocols Maya is implementing today, the rigging calculations, the safety checks, the performer assessments, I developed them over 26 years of stunt coordination. Every safety system, every protocol, every method she's credited with creating came from my work that I shared with her when she started her company." Screens showed my evidence. My 1996 to 2015 coordination documentation with dated safety protocol development. Industry Safety Committee presentations from 2004-2013 showing I developed these exact systems. Medical examinations proving I had no chronic injuries, no mobility limitations, detailed physical assessments showing I had the strength and flexibility to perform coordination work, with no history of catastrophic stunt injuries. Video of me coordinating a complex car chase sequence last month, demonstrating full physical capability, climbing on vehicles, positioning cameras, directing high-speed stunts with no limitations. Company formation documents where Maya stated she would use father's proven safety coordination systems. Several stunt coordinators on set spoke up. I learned these safety protocols from David Chen in 2007. When Maya's company appeared using identical systems, I assumed she had permission. I didn't realize she was claiming she'd developed them. The Marvel executive producer said, "We hired Chen Stunt Coordination specifically because we believed Maya had developed industry-leading safety innovations. If these are David Chen's established protocols, we need to reconsider this contract." Marvel suspended Maya's coordination contract pending investigation. Her company faces contract cancellations from other productions. Industry safety committees launched inquiries. My relationship with Maya is destroyed. She stole my life's safety work and fabricated injuries to silence me. I'm 49 years old. I spent 26 years developing stunt coordination safety systems that protect performers during dangerous film work. Maya wanted recognition without doing the years of safety development, without the responsibility of keeping people alive during stunts. Now, everyone knows. David Chen created these safety systems, and Maya Chen stole them while lying about her father's health. The Marvel set where she'd planned to showcase her expertise became her exposure. My coordination work is properly credited. My capabilities confirmed. My career continues. I still coordinate stunts keeping performers safe. Maya's stolen company? Under investigation and losing contracts. The performers I've protected over 28 years trusted my safety systems. The evidence protected the truth just as reliably. Stunt work requires precision, honesty about risks, absolute commitment to safety. Maya offered none of those. The film industry demands all three. She provided fraud instead. Now she faces the consequences. I've calculated rigging loads for hundreds of wire stunts. The investigation calculated her fraud just as precisely. Both require accurate math. Only one keeps people safe. The other ended a career. In stunts, one mistake can be catastrophic. Maya made hers when she stole my work. The safety protocols I developed prevent disasters. They couldn't prevent hers. I've coordinated explosions, car crashes, multi-story falls. All controlled, all safe, all successful. Maya's fraud? Uncontrolled, unsafe, unsuccessful, all exposed. Stunt work is about calculated risk. She took one. The calculation proved she'd lose. I keep performers safe during dangerous work. The truth kept itself safe through documentation. Both succeeded. Only one was honest from the start. The wire rigs I design hold under stress. Her lies didn't. Physics and truth, both reliable. I'm still coordinating. She's still lying. Only one of those careers has a future. The stunts continue. The fraud ended. That's how safety protocols work. They protect what matters and eliminate what doesn't. Maya didn't matter to Marvel after the truth came out. My safety systems still do. That's the difference between building something real and stealing something built. One survives scrutiny, the other doesn't. She learned which one she had. My son built speech therapy centers on my stroke recovery protocols. I'm exposing him at the ASHA convention. I'm a 51-year-old mother, and 25 weeks ago I discovered my son, Blake, 29-year-old, has been running a chain of 4 speech therapy centers for the past 7 years, securing hospital contracts and insurance partnerships for his innovative aphasia rehabilitation methods for stroke survivors. Except every therapeutic protocol, every neuroplasticity exercise, and every communication restoration technique he's credited with developing came directly from my 25 years pioneering speech-language pathology, specifically for people who lost speech abilities after strokes. He's been telling medical facilities and insurance companies that I suffered a severe ischemic stroke in 2017 that caused expressive aphasia, leaving me unable to speak fluently or practice speech therapy anymore. While using my melodic intonation therapy sequences, my family communication training protocols, and my neuroplasticity-based speech recovery exercises that I spent over 2 decades developing through direct clinical work with hundreds of stroke survivors regaining their voices. I only found out because a neurologist I'd collaborated with called me, concerned, saying, "Blake's using your exact aphasia therapy protocols at his centers, but he mentioned you had a stroke and developed aphasia yourself. I'm so sorry. How is your speech recovery going?" I've never had a stroke, and my speech is perfect. When I investigated Blake's therapy centers, I found my complete clinical protocols repackaged as the Blake Morrison Aphasia Recovery Method, my therapy session structures copied verbatim, and even my family training modules presented as his innovations. He's keynoting tomorrow at the American Speech Language Hearing Association convention, and I've spent 25 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a speech-language pathologist specializing in stroke rehabilitation for 27 years. I started at 24 after volunteering with stroke survivors in rehabilitation hospitals, became fascinated with how the brain could rewire itself to restore lost speech, got my clinical certification, and spent over 2 decades developing therapeutic methods specifically for aphasia, the language disorder that leaves stroke survivors unable to speak, understand, read, or write, despite having thoughts they desperately want to express. Over 25 years, I created comprehensive protocols. Melodic intonation therapy, using singing patterns to access intact right brain pathways when left brain speech areas were damaged. Neuroplasticity exercises, progressively rebuilding language networks. Semantic feature analysis, helping patients access words through meaning relationships. Script training for functional communication in daily situations. Family communication training, teaching loved ones to support recovery. Augmentative communication systems for severe aphasia when speech recovery plateaued. I'd worked with over 400 stroke survivors, people who'd lost everything linguistically overnight, who had thoughts but couldn't speak them, who understood but couldn't respond, who desperately wanted to communicate but lacked the neural pathways. I'd watched patients sing words they couldn't speak, seen families learn to communicate through new methods when verbal language failed, witnessed the joy when someone spoke their child's name for the first time in months after a stroke. My clinical work was respected in speech-language pathology. I'd trained therapists in aphasia treatment, published in clinical journals, presented at rehabilitation conferences. But I'd worked in hospital settings and private practice, never built therapy centers. Speech therapy was clinical work with patients, not business. Blake grew up watching me work with stroke survivors, hearing about neuroplasticity and language recovery, seemed moved by patients regaining speech. 7 years ago, Blake, who'd studied healthcare administration, said he wanted to professionalize and expand aphasia therapy, create centers making my methods accessible to more stroke survivors. He asked for my clinical protocols, my therapy exercises, my training materials to build centers based on your proven methods. I gave him everything: my complete clinical protocols, my therapy progression sequences, my family training curriculum. I trusted him to expand access to effective aphasia treatment. I didn't know Blake was presenting my 25 years of clinical development as his 7-year innovation, while claiming I'd had a stroke myself and couldn't practice anymore. 25 weeks ago, Dr. Richard Palmer, a neurologist I'd worked with on stroke rehabilitation teams, called me. He said, "I'm reaching out because I'm concerned about you. Blake just contracted with our hospital to provide aphasia therapy using your protocols, but he mentioned you suffered a severe stroke in 2017 that caused expressive aphasia. He said you can't speak fluently anymore and had to stop practicing. How is your recovery going? Is your speech improving?" I was completely confused. I'd never had a stroke. I'd never had aphasia. My speech was completely normal. I'd presented at a conference last week speaking for an hour about aphasia treatment. I was actively practicing speech therapy with stroke patients. I researched Blake's therapy centers, 4 locations providing specialized aphasia rehabilitation, hospital contracts, insurance network partnerships, media coverage calling Blake a pioneer in stroke communication recovery and innovator in aphasia therapy methods. The innovative methods were my clinical techniques I'd spent 25 years developing. His aphasia recovery method? My protocols, renamed. His melodic intonation approach? My therapy sequences from the early 2000s. His neuroplasticity-based recovery? My clinical framework from decades of stroke rehabilitation work. I found his clinical training manuals for therapists, page after page of my work. My melodic intonation therapy steps, my semantic exercises, my script training protocols, my family communication modules, my assessment tools. He'd built a multi-center therapy business entirely on my clinical work, while telling the medical community I'd had a stroke and developed aphasia myself. I called Blake. I said, "Dr. Palmer told me you're claiming I had a stroke in 2017 and developed aphasia. That never happened. I don't have aphasia. I presented at a conference last week, and your entire aphasia recovery method is my clinical protocols I've been developing for 25 years." Blake said smoothly, "Mom, I created organizational systems around therapeutic concepts. The business success is my achievement." I said, "You're presenting my decades of clinical work as your 7 years of innovation and lying about me having a stroke and losing my ability to speak." He said coldly, "I've built something significant that serves more stroke survivors than your hospital practice ever reached. If you challenge this, you'll damage centers providing critical speech therapy. And I have 7 years of hospital contracts, insurance partnerships, professional recognition. You're a hospital therapist claiming work being done at established centers. Plus, I've positioned you as having aphasia from stroke. Any attempt to prove you can speak normally will seem like you're in denial about your communication disorder, which is actually common with aphasia patients who lack awareness of their deficits." I spent 25 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original clinical documentation from 1997 to 2015, with dated protocol development and patient outcome notes. I found published speech-language pathology journal articles presenting these techniques years before Blake's centers existed. I gathered testimony from speech therapists I'd trained and neurologists I'd collaborated with, confirming these were my clinical methods. I obtained comprehensive neurological evaluations and brain imaging, proving I'd never had a stroke, with MRI and CT scans showing completely normal brain structure with no stroke damage, and language assessments showing perfect speech and language function. Most critically, I found Blake's original business plans from 7 years ago, stating he would provide professional aphasia therapy using Mother's proven clinical protocols. Documents acknowledging he was using my existing work. The American Speech-Language Hearing Association convention was today. 1,000 speech-language pathologists, audiologists, and rehabilitation professionals attended. Blake was keynoting on revolutionary approaches to aphasia rehabilitation after stroke. Blake took the stage with clinical videos of his therapy sessions demonstrating his methods: my melodic intonation therapy, my neuroplasticity exercises, my family communication training. The audience of speech professionals took clinical notes on the innovative approaches. Then the convention director interrupted. Before Q&A, there's essential clinical information about these methods' development. The speech-language pathologist who created these protocols is here. Dr. Morrison, please come forward. I walked on stage. Blake's keynote confidence collapsed. I said clearly and fluently, "I'm Dr. Sarah Morrison. I've been a speech-language pathologist specializing in aphasia rehabilitation for 27 years. The therapeutic techniques Blake demonstrated as his innovations, I developed them over 25 years of clinical practice with stroke survivors. Every protocol, every exercise, every therapy method he presented came from my clinical work that I shared with him to help launch his centers. Screens showed my evidence. My 1997 to 2015 clinical documentation with dated protocol development notes. Published speech-language pathology articles from 2002 to 2014 presenting these exact techniques. Brain imaging and neurological evaluations proving I'd never had a stroke. MRI showing completely normal brain structure. CT scans with no evidence of cerebrovascular accident. Comprehensive language testing showing perfect speech and language function. Video of me presenting at last week's conference, speaking fluently for an hour about aphasia treatment, demonstrating perfect, expressive language with no word-finding difficulties, no speech deficits, complete linguistic competence. Business plans where Blake explicitly stated he would use Mother's proven aphasia therapy protocols. Several speech-language pathologists stood. I learned these melodic intonation techniques from Dr. Morrison in 2009. When Blake's centers appeared using identical methods, I assumed he had permission. I didn't realize he was claiming he'd developed them himself. A hospital rehabilitation director spoke. We've contracted with Blake's centers for $800,000 in aphasia therapy services specifically because we believed he'd developed innovative stroke rehabilitation methods. If these are Dr. Morrison's established clinical protocols, the contract was obtained fraudulently. The convention director announced, Blake Morrison's keynote is terminated. His therapy centers face investigation for misrepresenting clinical work origins and healthcare contract fraud. Hospital systems froze contracts. Insurance networks launched investigations. Licensing boards began reviews. His centers face potential closure. My relationship with Blake is destroyed. He stole my clinical life's work and fabricated a stroke to silence me. I'm 51 years old. I spent 25 years developing speech therapy methods that help stroke survivors regain their voices and their lives. Blake wanted recognition without doing the clinical work, without years of helping people rebuild language after brain damage. Now everyone knows. Dr. Sarah Morrison created these aphasia protocols, and Blake Morrison stole them while lying about his mother having a stroke. The convention where he'd planned his triumph became his exposure. My clinical work is properly credited. My neurological health confirmed. My practice continues. I still help stroke survivors regain speech. Blake's stolen therapy centers? Investigated and collapsing. The patients I've treated found their voices again through my therapy. The truth found its voice through evidence. I spent 25 years helping people speak after strokes. Blake silenced himself through lies. The irony isn't lost on me. He claimed I lost my speech. He lost his credibility. Speech therapy rebuilds communication pathways. The investigation destroyed his fraudulent pathway to success. I help people whose brains were damaged find words again. My brain was never damaged. His career is. The melodic intonation therapy I developed helps patients sing what they can't speak. The evidence sang loud and clear about his fraud. Aphasia patients struggle to express themselves despite having thoughts. Blake struggled to defend himself despite having lies. Only one of those struggles deserves sympathy. Neither received it from the investigation. I still speak clearly. My patients speak again. Blake? He's speechless now, for different reasons. The stroke survivors I've helped regained what they lost. Blake lost what he stole. Both processes took time. Only one was honest. Only one succeeded long-term. My voice remains strong. My clinical work continues. Blake's fraudulent career? That's what lost its voice. And unlike aphasia, there's no therapy to recover from this kind of loss, just consequences, permanent ones. The brain can rewire after a stroke. Reputation can't rewire after fraud exposure. Blake learned which one matters more in healthcare. Too late, but he learned. My daughter built survival schools on my wilderness protocols. I'm exposing her at the Survival Instructors Summit. I'm a 54-year-old father, and 22 weeks ago, I discovered my daughter, Quinn, 32-year-old female, has been running a network of 5 wilderness survival schools for the past 10 years, securing contracts with military units, search and rescue organizations, and outdoor education programs for her cutting-edge survival instruction methods. Except every technique, every protocol, and every training progression she's credited with developing came directly from my 29 years pioneering wilderness survival education through teaching thousands of students to survive in extreme environments using minimal equipment. She's been telling survival training organizations and military contractors that I developed severe agoraphobia and panic disorder after a traumatic wilderness incident in 2014 where I became lost for 3 days, making me unable to work in outdoor environments or teach survival skills. While using my fire-starting progression sequences, my shelter construction methods for different climates, and my psychological resilience protocols that I spent nearly 3 decades developing through actual survival situations and extensive field teaching. I only found out because a former Marine I'd trained in 2009 saw Quinn teaching a military survival course and called me, confused, saying, "She's demonstrating your exact debris shelter technique and your bow drill fire method. But she told us you can't go into wilderness anymore due to trauma-induced agoraphobia. What happened to you?" I've never been lost in wilderness and I have no anxiety disorders. When I investigated Quinn's survival schools, I found my complete training curriculum repackaged as the Quinn Barrett Survival System, my field protocols copied verbatim, and even my custom training progressions for different skill levels presented as her instructional innovations. She's keynoting tomorrow at the National Wilderness Survival Instructors Summit, and I've spent 22 weeks proving every technique is mine. I've been a wilderness survival instructor for 31 years. I started at 23 after a solo backpacking trip where I lost my gear in a river crossing and had to survive for 4 days using only natural materials. That experience transformed me. I became obsessed with learning and teaching wilderness survival skills, got certified in multiple survival disciplines, and spent over 3 decades developing comprehensive training methods for teaching people to survive in any environment with minimal or no equipment. Over 29 years, I created detailed protocols, fire starting progression, teaching students from matches to friction methods, shelter construction techniques for desert, forest, mountain, and Arctic environments, water sourcing and purification methods for different terrains, navigation without compass or GPS, wild edible plant identification and foraging safety, psychological resilience training for survival stress, cold weather survival protocols, signaling and rescue techniques. I'd taught over 3,000 students, military personnel, search and rescue teams, outdoor enthusiasts, people who wanted real survival skills beyond reality TV techniques. I'd instructed in extreme environments: Arctic survival in Alaska, desert survival in Nevada, mountain survival in Colorado, swamp survival in Florida, actually teaching in the conditions students might face. My methods were respected in the survival instruction community. I'd trained military survival instructors, developed certification programs, written field manuals. But I'd never built a commercial school network. I worked for outdoor education organizations, taught military contracts, ran field courses. Survival instruction was about the skills, not business. Quinn grew up around survival training, camping with me on teaching trips, learning basic wilderness skills, seemed proud of the work. 10 years ago, Quinn, who'd studied business, said she wanted to professionalize and scale wilderness survival education, create schools making my methods accessible to more students. She asked for my training protocols, my field manuals, my instructional progressions to build professional programs based on your proven methods. I gave her everything: my complete curriculum, my field protocols, my teaching progressions, my safety systems. I trusted her to expand access to quality survival training. I didn't know Quinn was presenting my 29 years of development as her 10-year innovation, while claiming I'd developed agoraphobia and couldn't work outdoors anymore. 22 weeks ago, I got a call from Marcus Webb, a former Marine I'd trained in cold weather survival in 2009. He said, "I just completed an advanced survival course with Quinn's school. She's teaching your exact methods: the debris shelter construction, the bow drill fire technique, the water purification sequence, everything. But during the course, she mentioned you developed severe agoraphobia after getting lost in wilderness in 2014, and you can't teach or go into outdoor environments anymore. Man, I'm sorry that happened. Are you getting help for the anxiety?" I was completely confused. I'd never been lost in wilderness. I'd never had any traumatic incident. I had no agoraphobia or panic disorder. I'd taught a 3-week survival course in the Rocky Mountains literally last month. I was actively teaching in remote wilderness. I researched Quinn's survival schools, 5 locations across 4 states offering military survival training, civilian wilderness courses, corporate team-building survival programs. Government and military contracts worth millions. Media coverage calling Quinn a leading expert in wilderness survival instruction and innovator in survival training methods. The innovative methods were my techniques I'd spent 29 years developing. Her Quinn Barrett survival system? My protocols, renamed. Her progressive fire-starting curriculum. My teaching sequence from the late 1990s. Her multi-climate shelter construction? My methods developed through years of field instruction in extreme environments. I found her instructor training manuals, page after page of my work. My fire-starting progressions, my shelter designs, my water purification protocols, my navigation techniques, my foraging guidelines, my psychological resilience training. She'd built a multi-million-dollar survival school network entirely on my curriculum, while telling the survival instruction community I couldn't function in wilderness due to trauma-induced agoraphobia. I called Quinn. I said, "Marcus Webb told me you're claiming I have agoraphobia from getting lost in 2014 and can't teach or work outdoors." That never happened. I have no anxiety disorder. I taught in the Rockies last month, and your entire survival system is my training protocols I've been developing for 29 years. Quinn said evenly, "Dad, I created a scalable business model around survival instruction. The commercial success is my achievement." I said, "You're presenting my decades of work as your 10 years of innovation, and lying about me having debilitating anxiety that prevents outdoor work." She said coldly, "I've built something significant that trains more people in survival skills than your contract work ever reached. If you challenge this, you'll damage schools providing valuable survival education. And I have 10 years of institutional credibility, military contracts, professional recognition. You're an independent instructor, claiming work being done at established schools. Plus, I've positioned you as having trauma-induced agoraphobia. Any attempt to prove you can work in wilderness will seem like someone in denial of their anxiety disorder pushing themselves unsafely, which is exactly what therapists warn against. I spent 22 weeks gathering evidence. I collected my original training documentation from 1993 to 2015 with dated field notes and course development records. I found published survival instruction manuals presenting these techniques years before Quinn's schools existed. I gathered testimony from military survival instructors I'd trained and students who'd learned from me over decades, confirming these were my methods. I obtained comprehensive psychological evaluations from 3 mental health professionals, proving I had no agoraphobia, no panic disorder, no anxiety condition, with detailed assessments showing excellent psychological health and no trauma symptoms. Most critically, I found Quinn's original school charter applications from 10 years ago, stating she would implement Father's proven wilderness survival protocols through professional training facilities. Documents acknowledging she was using my existing work. The National Wilderness Survival Instructors Summit was today. 700 survival instructors, military training specialists, and outdoor education professionals attended. Quinn was keynoting on Advanced Wilderness Survival Training, Modern Methods for Extreme Environments. Quinn took the stage with field footage of her training courses, demonstrating her methods. My fire starting progressions, my shelter construction techniques, my water purification protocols. The audience of survival professionals took detailed notes on the advanced approaches. Then the summit director interrupted. Before Q&A, there's critical information about these training methods development. The survival instructor who created this work is here. Mr. Barrett, please come forward. I walked on stage carrying survival gear. Quinn's keynote confidence collapsed. I said simply, "I'm Daniel Barrett. I've been a wilderness survival instructor for 31 years. The training techniques Quinn demonstrated as her innovations, I developed them over 29 years of field instruction in extreme environments. Every protocol, every progression, every technique she presented came from my work that I shared with her to help launch her schools." Screens showed my evidence. My 1993 to 2015 training documentation with dated field notes from courses in Arctic, desert, mountain, and swamp environments. Published survival manuals from 2001 to 2013 presenting these exact techniques. Psychological evaluations from 3 professionals proving I had no agoraphobia, panic disorder, or any anxiety condition. Comprehensive assessments showing I had excellent mental health with no trauma symptoms or outdoor-related anxiety. Recent footage of me teaching a 3-week mountain survival course last month in remote Rocky Mountain wilderness, demonstrating I had no difficulty working in isolated outdoor environments, leading students through challenging terrain and functioning perfectly in wilderness settings. School charter applications where Quinn explicitly stated she would implement Father's proven survival protocols. Several military survival instructors stood. I learned these wilderness survival methods from Daniel Barrett in 2005 when he trained our unit. When Quinn's schools appeared using these exact techniques, I assumed she had permission. I didn't realize she was claiming she'd developed them herself. A Department of Defense contracts officer spoke. "We've awarded Quinn's schools $2.7 million in military survival training contracts specifically because we believed she'd developed advanced wilderness survival methods. If these are Daniel Barrett's established protocols, the contracts were obtained fraudulently." The summit director announced, "Quinn Barrett's keynote is terminated. Her schools face investigation for misrepresenting training origins and federal contract fraud." Military agencies froze her contracts. Survival instructor organizations launched investigations. Her schools face potential shutdown. My relationship with Quinn is destroyed. She stole my survival training work and fabricated mental illness to silence me. I'm 54 years old. I spent 29 years developing wilderness survival methods that teach people to survive in extreme environments using minimal resources. Quinn wanted recognition without doing the fieldwork, without years of teaching in harsh conditions, without developing expertise through actual wilderness instruction. Now everyone knows, Daniel Barrett created these methods through decades of wilderness survival instruction, and Quinn Barrett stole them while lying about her father's mental health. The summit, where she'd planned her triumph, became her exposure. My training work is properly credited, my psychological health confirmed, my instruction continues. I still teach people to survive in wilderness. Quinn's stolen school network? Investigated and collapsing. The students I've taught know how to survive when everything goes wrong. The truth survived Quinn's lies just as reliably. I've survived in Arctic, desert, mountain, and swamp. Her fraud? Couldn't survive scrutiny. Wilderness survival requires truth about conditions, honest assessment of resources, accurate knowledge. Quinn offered none of those. The survival community demands all three. She provided none. Now she faces the consequences. I can start fire with a bow drill in rain. I can build shelter in snow. I can find water in desert. And I can expose fraud with evidence. All 4 skills proved useful. One just ended a career. The wilderness doesn't forgive mistakes. Neither does federal contract fraud investigation. I teach people to survive harsh environments. Quinn learned harsh environments of a different kind. Investigation, exposure, career collapse. Both are unforgiving. Only one teaches valuable lessons. Quinn's learning hers now. I'm still in the wilderness teaching survival. She's surviving investigation. Only one of us has the skills for what they're facing.